open in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. So there is a saying that if you are the smartest person in a room, you're in the wrong room. But having this expertise that we have today, this veteran of industries, I'm sure and I'm confident to say that I am indeed in the right place. And so are you. So I'd crave our indulgence to be expectant. The essence of this gathering is for us to broaden our perspective with regards to knowledge in the various area of discussion today. And so we will be having 3 segments. Actually, this program is slated and has been classified into 3 categories. And we'll be having each session on different days. We've kicked off with the first session today. Subsequent sessions we hold on the 7th and 14th of March, respectively. So would also encourage us to attend in the subsequent sessions. My name is Stella Harry, Esquire. I'll be your moderator for today, as well as your time cop. And with me is my colleague, Bayo Adetomiwa, Esquire. We will both drive this program, and we hope it will be a very insightful and exciting one. Thank you. And so in the next 5 to 6 minutes, we'll be diving into respective topics to be managed by our respective presenters. And we'll also have our QA sessions where you can put our experts on the hot seat. So please welcome my colleague, Pastor Bayo Adetomiwa, to take us with the housekeeping session, as well as connect us with subsequent items for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to, when we come for a gathering like this, to recognize ourselves. So each and every one of us seated this morning, we are all distinguished in our own respective rights. We are captains of industries, we have professionals, we have, very high-ranking military officers amongst us. So we will just generally greet ourselves. So please, can you turn to your right and to your left and say, "Good morning, Your Excellency." The word excellency covers it all. You know, whether you're a barrister, you are a business person, just say, "Good morning, Your Excellency." It's so nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Without any further ado, we want to just kick off with some very basic ground rules, which, of course, it's important for us when we come together like this. My colleague that has introduced me, my name is Bayo Adetomiwa, and I'm privileged to anchor together with her this morning. We'll be moderating the session. And this session essentially is in 3 parts, as I said. And before we commence immediately, we want to just take a few ground rules just to set the tone regarding our conduct, how we should compare to ourselves in this place. We also want to recognize the fact that a number of persons are with us today who are possibly not members of this church. So if you are one of such persons, you are invited, you are not from here, but you got the notice and you came here. Please, want to recognize you this morning. Can you just give us a wave? Any of such persons? I think I saw 2 faces this morning that I'm not sure. I've seen them here before. Okay, they are still on their way. All right. And of course, now to our viewers online, we want to welcome you as well. Please participate in this session. It's very important. We have a Q&A session that we will take some questions and answers, and we would love for you to of course, participate in that as well. So for all our online viewers, you can this program is being streamed live. You can join us on YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram, on our Facebook page, and you'll be glad that you are part of it. Thank you. All participants should ensure to register at the front desk. Registration for this program is very important and it's compulsory. So please, if you have not registered, there's a form, a Google form online that you can register. But since you are here now, if you've not yet registered, please just walk to the back and just do your registration. Very simple and straightforward. It won't take any of your time at all. Please kindly ensure to register. It helps us for data gatherings and all of that to plan for the next session that we may have. Thank you. And then we should ensure that all our phones and our devices are switched off or possibly in flight mode or silent mode so that we don't distract ourselves, so that we can get the maximum benefits of this session. It doesn't make any sense for all of us to leave our respective homes and look to get here and to be distracted. Please just put your phone on a very control mode so that we don't disturb or distract ourselves. Of course, we'll expect that we'll take notes. We believe you have your writing pad with you, whether electronic writing pad or your pen and biro. Please your pen and paper. Please make sure you take notes. And if there are questions as our presentation go along, please note your question down. You can either send your question to us through Slido. The Slido app, there's an app. It makes you very anonymous. You know, we don't know your identity. We don't need to know who is asking questions. You can just, that's the QR code there. You can just ask your question there relating to any of the topics, whether the topic that's being discussed or the ones that are, have been prepared to come up subsequently. So feel free to send in your questions into that, on that platform. And if you prefer the old school type, to just write your questions on paper, please go ahead and do so. God bless you as you do that in Jesus' name. Okay, we also want to encourage us not to loiter. It's important not to loiter around. Don't go around having discussions. There'll be break sessions where we can interact and, exchange ideas and greet one another in a more familiar way. So please, let's do everything orderly. Of course, our lavatories are available. The toilets are on the right-hand side. If you are feeling pressed, just walk quietly. If you need any information, if you are new here and you're not familiar with this environment, please ask questions. There are people that will guide you to the appropriate place. So you don't go use, if you're a female, you don't go use female or enter into the wrong place. We don't want our babies and our toddlers. Thank God I've not seen anyone like that. But if you have a baby or a toddler, there are nursing rooms available to take care of your children. The essence of this is so that we don't get distracted. Another grand rule, of course, is the water will be available. Please, if you feel thirsty, you can just indicate. If you are feeling thirsty before we serve you water, please just indicate, and you can ask the ushers. We'll give you water to refresh yourself. Thank you. And of course, we shall be having a short welcome address at the appropriate time by our pastor, Pastor Agbolade, when he comes in. We also want to announce that when we are taking the break session, we can prepare questions ahead. There's nothing that stops you from preparing questions ahead of time before we get to that next topic. And we have three sessions. The first, we'll be talking about tax law, the new tax law of Nigeria. And of course, we'll be talking about the place of planning, preparation, and execution of ideas and plans. And of course, the last session for today will take us through financial management and accountability. A lot of times we are confused. Sometimes you earn money, but you don't know what to spend, you don't know what to save, you don't know how to make financial decisions. All of those things will be trashed today. And your questions are welcome, as you may have them. Just keep sending them to Slido, or you can write them on a piece of paper and find a way to pass it across to us very quietly. Thank you. Now, right now, we want to introduce our speakers while we wait for, we'll get to know our speakers for the first session. So in this first session of our roundtable, we are discussing the new tax law in Nigeria. A lot of questions and controversies have come up regarding the new tax law. What do we do? How do we do it? And what do we go from there? We have very seasoned professionals with us this morning, and they will be very glad to answer your questions and also to, to give you answers to whatever questions you may have. All right? So we want to take the first, the welcome address, a short welcome address by, okay. So we'll take the introduction and then we'll take our welcome address. Can we have introduction of our speaker? This morning, the first session on new Nigeria tax law will be handled by, okay, so we'll take our welcome address by our dear Pastor Agbolade Okenla. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome him for the welcome address. So welcome remark. Sir, thank you. The welcome remark. Thank you, sir.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Everything about life is about vision, what you see. And beyond all of us, God sees way ahead of us. So what God does with what he sees is that he won't implement it. Whatever God is saying, God will not implement. So God will give it to man as vision to implement. And when this vision started, there was no name for it until God said, okay, business roundtable. So what we're going to be doing is to acquire knowledge that is needed beyond prayer. I was reading the book of James this morning, and I saw where the Bible says that, where James was speaking, and he said, man is not justified by, that man is justified by works. You are justified by works. I think James 2, between James 2:20, 22:26. So around that time. So was saying James was saying that man is justified by works, not by faith. And I saw, do you see that faith was working together? No, verse 20. Okay, but do you want to know a foolish man, that faith without works is what? Then he continued to 26. I don't want to. He said, was not Abraham our father justified by works when he offered Isaac? Blah, blah. Then 22. Do you see that faith was working together with works? And by works, faith was made perfect. Verse 23. Then 24. You see then that a man is justified by what? Not by what? No, not by faith only. Do you know that in Matthew chapter 7, the Bible says that you are justified by faith? So I was a bit confused. So later, I now realized what God was saying. For example, we're here now. We're in this atmosphere. We're wearing different clothes. But guess what? We're wearing clothes. So now, whatever faith justifies is a different thing from what work justified. So everybody look at it from their perspective. So if we have 5 people to work in there, so one is arranging chair, one is sweeping, one is carrying table. They're all in the same premises. They are all doing what is common to the 5 of them is works. But guess what? They're going to interpret whatever they're doing differently. But collectively, whatever they're doing is works. So what we're trying to do is to equip you. To be better, to be more proactive rather than being reactive and being passive, and to understand that any one of us can succeed regardless of the environment we find ourselves. So while I was preparing this as well, through the vision that God gave me, I found that I've done businesses in 4 continents of the world. So those experiences cannot just be for me. So, and I was wondering why they don't have abandoned projects abroad. But here, we will start road and we'll finish it. So if you don't have that concept, you will think that what is abnormal is normal because you are only seeing abnormal things as what is normal. So all the experts here will bring their wealth of experience from different parts of their profession to give us experience that can earn us what would also earn us a living and a better life. Because the only thing we teach in church is prayer and fasting, living a life of righteousness. And I found out from the analysis I've just made, that the most prayerful nation, the most prayerful continent, is the most backward of all these 4 continents. If you look at America, if you look at Asia, you look at Europe, and you look at Africa. So after the most prayerful of them is Africa, then followed by America, then maybe Europe, then Asia don't pray at all. But you look at these 3 continents, they are living 50 years ahead of Africa. So something must be responsible for it. So that is works. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you must understand that whatever experience that God gives the visionary cannot be for him. So we'll be letting you understand how you will succeed, and we will succeed by God's grace. So please let us be attentive. Let us be, let us not be distracted. So the purpose of this thing, in a nutshell, is to equip you to be better, so that you can also learn extra living, how not to do your business, how to do your business, the challenges in the environment that you do your business, how to navigate those challenges to have better results, to have, even in your offices, in your personal businesses. Some of us have had ideas over the years, and we don't know how to translate our ideas into reality to earn a living from it. All those things we're going to be breaking down to the barest minimum. I found out that even 3 weeks would not be enough, but we will still do all we can do to help us equip you to be better. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Now, without any further ado, we want to go straight to the first session. And in this session, we'll be discussing the new tax law of Nigeria, the intricacies around it, the general overview about the tax law, what are the tax obligations, what are the penalties, you know. As a lawyer, I can tell you that one of the ways you know how to avoid going wrong or doing wrong things is when you understand the consequence. So if you understand that if you don't do this, you don't take these steps, these are the consequences, it helps you to want to do the best we can to be in compliance. So without any further ado, we have very seasoned and experienced tax professionals in this field. They are consummate tax professionals. And over the years, they've advised on various boards, they've advised companies, entities in compliance with tax law in Nigeria. They are chartered and they are well experienced. So without any further ado, we'll take their bio as we welcome them. We have Pastor Bayo Adefegbe and of course, Pastor Daniel Amechi. So we'll take their bio before, and as soon as we finish their introduction, we will have their session immediately. Thank you. Media.
Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe, FCA, FCIT, is a distinguished financial and tax professional with extensive experience spanning banking, mortgage finance, taxation, and corporate advisory services. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. He is also an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and the Nigerian Institute of Management. A seasoned banker and a pioneer professional in Nigeria's mortgage industry, he has contributed significantly to financial sector development and tax administration. He holds a Master of Business Administration, MBA, with specialization in international business management. Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe is the managing partner of HYGIENE TYJ, an audit, financial, and tax consulting firm where he provides strategic advisory services to corporate and public sector clients. He currently serves as a director at the Nigeria Revenue Service, contributing to revenue administration and policy implementation. Beyond his professional engagements, he is passionate about imparting knowledge and enjoys singing, dancing, and cooking. A devoted man of faith, he is happily married and resides peacefully in Nigeria. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Heavenly Father, as I speak, please speak through me and make the hearts of your people be available to receive for the benefits of mankind and to the glory of your name. In Jesus' mighty name, I have prayed. I'll be asking a question, and I'd like everybody to respond. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know if I've asked this question before. The chicken or the egg? If you are saying the chicken or the egg, you are wrong. I've said if you are saying the chicken or the egg, you are wrong. So, does anybody with any other question? Okay, thank you. Okay, let me excite us. Neither comes first. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. So I ask the question again. Which comes first? The Nigerian paying his or her taxes, or the government of Nigeria being responsible in administering the taxes they have collected appropriately? Which one comes first? Hello? You are not as well correct. Without the people, there's no Nigerian government. There is no government without the people. What I'm saying so is, as at today, we have less than 20 people, 20% of Nigerians that are tax compliant. So, the day we have a larger percentage of Nigerians being tax compliant, the easier it becomes for this same better number of Nigerians to make requests for accountability. So I want you to say after me, please. I am a Nigerian. I will pay my tax. And I will pay it promptly. Please let's clap for ourselves. Non-apologetically, I'm a Christian. So if I make references at times to tax matters, please don't blame me. What have I done here? The lawyer say, I put it to you. But the Bible says, it is written. Matthew 4, verses 4, 7, and 10. That's what it's saying when the Lord Jesus Christ was being tempted. Second Timothy 2:15 says, study to show thyself approved, a workman that needs not to be ashamed, but rightly dividing the word of truth. Joshua 1:8 says, this book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, and observe all that is written therein. Then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. What does Proverbs 29:18 tell us? Where there is no vision, my people perish. But you know the one that excites me here? It says, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he. If you keep the law, you are a happy man. So if the law says you should pay tax, then you don't have a choice but to pay tax for your own personal benefit because you want to be happy. Are you with me? If I ask here now, we are talking about Nigerian tax laws. How many are they? The Nigerian tax law. How many are they? Thank you. You see, it's good to say I will tell you. But you know what? Remember, we are Christians. We have a responsibility to ourselves as Christians. If the Bible says that we are happy by keeping the law, then we should make efforts to know the law. Because ignorance is no excuse in law. Are you with me? What are the 4 taxes of the law? We have the Nigerian Tax Act. We have the Nigerian Revenue Establishment Act. We have the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria. And then the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. 4 of them. One thing I can promise you is I've got about 20 slides or thereabout, about some in 4 or 5 pages. For this act, I've told you now, the first one is 37 pages, 32 pages, 92 pages, 215 pages. You will be getting them. Please make sure you have your email addresses made available to us. What we are trying to do here is, what is the general overview of the Tax Act? What was it talking about? The new Nigerian tax law, Nigeria Tax Act 2025, is effective 1st of January 2026. Its objective is to modernize tax administration and improve compliance. It is to promote fairness through progressive taxation, reduce burden on low-income earners, expand the tax net, enhance digital tax administration, encourage voluntary compliance. You see, if I decide to enlighten you on what the Act says, I may just be reading them to you. And that is not what I have come here to do. You still have a lot of responsibility on your hands. Go and study the act. But what we have come here to do is, let us introduce ourselves. What's this thing called taxation all about? If you'll be amazed that most of the taxation acts that we have in place, they are not majorly new. But painfully, we have not paid any attention to it at all. Do you know that it is no news that when you evade taxation, you can go to jail? It had been there for well over 50 years ago. It's no news. All that's happening now is that there is the better consciousness being drawn to it. Tax avoidance is permissible. Tax avoidance simply means, hey, Mr. Tax Consultant, come and enlighten me. Use your specialization, your specialized skill, knowledge. That is why lawyers are called tax consultants as well, because it is just about interpreting the law. How do I get a better knowledge of what these tax laws are talking about? That is avoidance. It is allowable. Tax evasion is where many of us are culprits. Does anybody know the meaning of TIN? No, now. If you do, raise up your hand. No, seriously. We are less than 50% that know now. We are less than 50%. Thank you, Pastor. You know that one. In addition to knowing the Bible. Can you imagine? Tax identification number, as simple as it is, we still don't know it. So those that don't know it, how can you then be registered for tax? Okay, as an individual, you have paid taxes in the last 1 year. Raise up your hand. As an individual. Good, but we still have a few of us that have not. Thank you. All I'm saying is, as an individual, you have filed for taxes for the year 2025. Raise up your hands. You have filed. You see? Do you know that there is penalty for your not filing? And it is no new law. It is not a new law. As a salary earner, do you know that before your first 300,000 naira per annum income, you pay tax of 7% on it? But in the new law, your first 800,000 naira in the year, you pay no tax on it. If you know this before, if you know this, can I see your hands up? You see, all I'm trying to say is, it is documented, it is written, unless you know it. Okay, are you aware that the tax law does not charge anything on your bank transactions? Do you agree with that? The new tax law does not charge directly on your bank transactions. You see now? So if I say, I should not use abusive words. Wait now. Bank charges, is that the tax law? The bank charge is not the tax law. Now I'm just telling you, the bank charges are not the tax law. What I am here to do majorly is to create the right awareness for you. Unless you want to choose to be lazy, then you will engage a consultant to do this for you at some fees And you know what? I will still plead with you. It's better you are knowledgeable. The Bible says my people perish for lack of knowledge. So why do you want to perish? And do you know what? Without any apologies, the fees your tax consultants charge or what you pay them is never inadequate. So many times, they take advantage of your ignorance. So whose fault? It's still your fault. I'm saying this so that you can understand the extent to which you can help yourself. We have right now, I hope Moji can go there for me, but it's in the slide as well where you can go online and register for your TIN. You don't need to leave the comfort of wherever you are, your office or your home, on the system. There are requirements as well. Moji, can you go there for me? There's one talking about welcome to JTB TIN registration. Have you seen it? You can go there. tin.jtb.gov.ng. If you see it there. Then we have a lot of requirements for TIN registration, your BVN, your name, your middle name, blah, 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 origin, date of birth, place of birth, email, city, house number, occupation, blah, blah, blah. And you must have your BVN as well. We all have our BVN. We all have our NIN. We know the basic informations as well. Once you can put it there, you will have a TIN that is available for your use nationwide. Then our personal income tax. If I ask you now about your personal income taxes, who can tell me the difference between your personal income tax and your withholding tax? You can tell me. If you know it, I'll be glad. If you don't, I'll let you know. Your income, your personal income tax is being administered by the states in which you reside in, not where you work. It is called the residency rule. The residency rule means once you live in any place for 183 days or 6 months, that is where you pay your tax. We have many people now that live in Nasarawa and work in Abuja. They are to pay their taxes in Nasarawa State, not in Abuja that they work. Am I saying anything new? Hello? Am I saying anything new? It's not new. It had been like that for donkey years. It's just now that we are creating better awareness. I don't know how many churches, even up till now, have been able to organize things like this. Where Jesus was being told that who is supposed to pay taxes in Matthew 4? And he said, no, don't mind them. It's meant for strangers. Then we don't need to pay. But because by the 22nd verse, we said, they are looking for trouble, let us pay. When you go to the mouth of a fish, the first one you pick up, there is a golden coin there. And then you used to pay the tax. Is somebody enjoying me this morning? what are the key changes in the personal income tax? Before we have what they call dependent relative children allowance. Ms. Akpata, I'm sure that's the one that you can remember. When they talk about dependent relatives, children allowance, foul. Now school be that. There's nothing like that anymore. That's what we call consolidated 4% development levy now. Rent allowance has been introduced because the government has realized that taxation needs to operate at a progressive level. The low-income earners pay almost nothing now. If you earn ₦1 million per annum, you pay nothing for taxes. That is talking about 80,000 or thereabouts per month. You don't pay any taxes. Actually, this is the first time that the government is introducing what is called a progressive tax reform system. But I'm going to ask another question again. Let's assume you have a child that you give as much as 10 million naira per annum to your child. And in the last 5 years, that child has been paying taxes at an approximate rate of 20%. That means in the last 5 years, that child has paid 10 million naira. And you engage that child. My child, can you please explain to me how the taxes at 20% had been deducted from you in the last 5 years? Daddy, I don't know. They just take it now. And won't you slap that child? Are you attentive now? You are likely to slap that child. So you mean you have just been wasting my money? Maybe it's time you start slapping yourself. Because and with due respect for accountants and a few other knowledgeable professionals amongst us, how many of us know the tax table? How many of us can calculate it? What I'm saying so is, it is time we go ahead and get knowledgeable. Don't leave it to anybody. DIY, do it yourself. I asked a question about PIT. What of withholding tax? Why did the federal government bring up withholding tax? Withholding tax does not operate in any other part of the world, though. It's only in a country like Nigeria. Why? Government knows that we don't like to pay tax. So let me help you to withhold small. So that at the end of the year, you will be compelled to file. Then when you file, all that had been withheld, you can now use it. It's an advance tax that you have paid. You can now say, oh, my tax liability is now 2 million. What had been deducted as withholding tax is 1.5 million naira. So the only one you have to pay now is just 500,000 naira. That is what withholding tax means. But it's still your responsibility to make sure you file. What of VAT? Who can tell me the difference between the VAT input and VAT output? If you know it, you are likely to know VAT. I'm sure you know VAT. Is there anybody who does not know VAT? No, seriously, it's not a crime if you don't. Is there anybody who doesn't know VAT here? Good. So who knows who knows the difference between the VAT input and the VAT output? VAT means value-added tax. Who knows the difference between it? If you are not an accountant, I'm not expecting you to raise up your hand. If you are a business owner and you know the difference between VAT input and VAT output, can I see your hands up? You see? And I'm sure we have business owners amongst us. VAT input means anytime you go to buy something, you have paid VAT on that item, unless if it's a VAT-exempt item. And VAT-exempt items are basically necessaries. Food items, not the one you go to eat in La Campagne Tropicana or Sheraton. No. Those ones is exclusive. You will pay. So in a business setting, you have bought an item, a raw material of ₦1 million, and in that 1 million, there is a VAT of input on it, which is 7.5. That is 7,500 naira that you have paid on it. No, sorry, 75,000 naira. And then let's say you sell it for 2 million naira. And you're supposed to charge on it. That is 150,000 naira. The law requires that on a monthly basis. Let's assume the transaction was consummated in January. Before the 21st of the next month of February, you are expected to have filed in your VAT returns on cash received. And in this particular transaction, 2 million naira sale, cost of sale to have been 1 million, it is 150,000 less 75,000, and you have to pay 75,000 naira. But you see, many of us run away from it with the understanding that, what is my profit in 2 million naira to go and pay 150,000? Because that is what many of us know. We think it is on just the output. The VAT output on that 2 million is 150,000 naira. But that's not what the government is expecting you to pay. You are supposed to let the government know that I bought an item for 1 million naira and I have already paid 75,000 before. And this is what brought about e-invoicing. Does anybody here know about e-invoicing? If you do, I'll be too glad. It's all about the Nigerian tax. Thank you, sir. Pastor, we will give you AC, Associate Chartered. We will not give you the final one. Are you understanding me? Why I'm saying this is, with e-invoicing, it is know your customer, KYC. Don't do business with anybody that is not identifiable in the tax office. Part of the benefits is that it is easier for you now. If I buy from you, I must make sure that when you are giving me your invoice, you are stating clearly there your tax identification number. Because when I now want to file for doing business with you on my sales, on the VAT on my own sales, I'll be stating that Mr. Sheung Oyiloye, that I bought this item of 1 million naira from, I have paid 75,000 naira to him on the VAT. This is his thing. And I, Mr. Adebayo, that had now sold it for 2 million naira, that I should be paying 150,000 naira. Oga government, I am not paying you 150,000 naira. I have initially paid 75,000 naira. This is my own invoice number. Don't worry whether Mr. Sheung pays the government or not. That's not your business. Why? Because we have captured it that he has collected 75,000 naira on my transaction that is due to the government. So I will pay my own 75,000 naira. Be rest assured the government will chase Mr. Sheung if he does not pay me in time, because there is interest and penalty. Talking about company income tax, we have what we call sales, cost of sales, gross profit, and then we move to expenses. They must be allowable expenses. We are what we call only reasonably, exclusive, and necessary. If they don't fall into these 4 categories, it will not be allowable. So when they are allowable, then you can get the accessible profit. And talking about accessible profit on the company income tax, before we also have thresholds. Small companies, it used to be 25 million, 50 million. The government has even increased it to 100 million now. The government is telling us that if you do a business of 100 million naira and below, we expect that you may not be having all the necessary facilities and staff and resources to help you to keep proper books of accounts. So you don't need to pay any taxes. But in 2019 Tax Act as well, introduced what we call self-charge VAT. So if Mr. Sheung that I'm doing business with is operating with less than or not more than 100 million naira, he will not charge me any VAT, for instance. And let's assume I'm doing turnover of 1 billion naira. The law now compels me to go ahead. That transaction of 75,000 naira that you ordinarily would have charged, that you did not charge, the law now compels me to say, oh, I bought something from Mr. Sheung. Mr. Sheung is under the small company, so he has not charged me. So for him not charging me, it is now my own responsibility to charge myself. Many or most people that suffer this self-charge right now are the people in the controlled industries like oil and gas. Your VAT is deducted at source. Your withholding tax is deducted at source. So you believe that, thank God, I don't need to bother myself. Now it is your responsibility to make sure that self-charge is taken, especially when they come to audit you. They will bring it out. Is somebody being benefited from my assessment this morning? Hello? If you are sleeping, you can just clap now. Okay. I guess there's nobody sleeping. Are we aware of the new single window? Are we aware of the new single window? Is anybody aware of it? You see, forgive me if the objective is better not to know and ask. Oh, are you getting me? It's better not to know and ask. And it's never a crime if you don't know. Are you with me? The new single window is talking majorly on importation with the customs. If you have anybody who is operating, who is an importer here or an exporter, will tell you the volumes of frustrations that they have. But all that has come to an end now. The new single window, the new single window is coming to effect March 7th. They are all functions of the new Tax Act. Maybe I should go to a few questions that I have here. It will help us at the end of the day on what when will the new Tax Act take effect? 1st of January 2026. Which specific individual does the Nigerian tax law apply to? It applies to all individuals that earn income in Nigeria, remote workers, influencers, traders, and to Nigerians earning income abroad if they are tax residents in Nigeria. Tax resident, that is, if you have spent up to 183 days. Will transfers and deposits into my bank account be taxed? No. Moving money around via POS transfers, deposits, or withdrawals is not a taxable event. What is taxed is income earned. Will the money I keep in my bank account be taxed from 2026? No. Just having money in your account is not taxable. Only the income earned, like salary, business profits, or interest, can be taxed. I am a student with no job. Will I pay tax? No. If you have no taxable income, you won't pay tax. Will tax authorities now monitor bank accounts of businesses more closely? Yes. It will be easier for authorities to track compliance, but again, your bank balances will not be taxed. Are you listening to me? Will I pay tax on loan I borrow from any lender? No. Are you getting me? I run a one-man business. Do I pay personal income tax or company income tax? Of course, you pay personal income tax. If you run an enterprise, it is time for you to get it clearer now than ever before. If it is an enterprise, you are liable to pay VAT to the federal government, Federal National Revenue Service, while all other incomes to the state inland revenue. In Abuja, FCT IRS. I'm saying this so that you can understand. I've got 5 minutes more to go here. I'm a pensioner. Will my pension income be taxed? No. Do creatives, authors, musicians, sportsmen still enjoy tax exemptions on foreign income? No. Are crypto gains taxable? Yes. Profits from crypto, NFTs, and other digital assets are now taxable. If I get a big severance package when leaving my job, will I pay tax? You won't pay any tax if that severance package is not more than 50 million. But if your severance package is more than 50 million naira, you'll be paying tax on anything in excess of 50 million naira. My uncle wants to start an agricultural company next year. Will his company be taxed in Nigeria? No. Agricultural companies such as those in crop production, livestock, forestry, dairy, cocoa processing will enjoy a 5-year tax holiday from the date they begin operations. Is income from federal or state government bonds taxable? No. All government bonds are exempt from tax. I've spoken about rent relief, but I can be a little more specific now. Up to a maximum of 500 million on your rent. However, it is that which is higher. Is it 20% of the rent you paid or 500,000? Sorry, subject to max, whichever is lower. If your rent is 1 million, you will enjoy 20% on it. That is 200,000. For instance, if your rent is 20 million, 20% of that is 2 million. If your rent is 10 million, 20% on that is 2 million. It will be restricted to 500,000 naira. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you. And for those who are believing God for the fruit of the womb, I pray that they shall be appropriately conceived in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Bayo. Please, let's have a big hand for Pastor Bayo. Thank you so much for that insightful session. Okay, so just to remind us that the reason for this particular session is not to make us afraid or tax anxious, but to help us to be tax, free and tax ready. And so we'll be calling on our next speaker, Pastor Daniel Amechi. But before that, we'll be listening to his audio bio. He will be taking us on tax compliance and the implications for default. So let's just let's put our hands together as we listen to his bio.
Mr. Daniel Chinemere Amechi. Mr. Daniel is a seasoned financial and tax expert with over 25 years of dedicated service in public sector revenue administration. He currently serves with the Nigeria Revenue Service, where he has made significant contributions in tax compliance, audit, policy development, and institutional reforms, strengthening transparency and accountability in national revenue management. He holds a Master of Business Administration, MBA, in Accounting and Finance from Benue State University and a Bachelor of Science, BSc, in Accounting from Ahmadu Bello University. Further demonstrating his commitment to continuous learning and global relevance, he is completing a Master of Science, MSc degree in Accounting and is currently undertaking a Master's program in Transfer Pricing. Professionally, Mr. Amechi is a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, Fellow of the Institute of Certified Forensic Accountants, USA, Fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, USA, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. He is also a Certified National Accountant and member of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANAN, an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered, and a member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. In addition, he holds an advanced postgraduate diploma in procurement and is currently completing the final stage of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers professional qualification, further broadening his expertise across finance, taxation, and capital markets. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. I will continue on the established protocols that my senior colleague has set. Just to give a little overview, because he said so many things, a lot of things he has said. Just in a few seconds, I'd like us to know, like he has pointed out, that the church is positioned to ensure that we do the right thing. And biblically, the subject of discussion has a lot to do with the role of the church and then the role of individuals in the church. Our speaker said something about Matthew chapter 5, verse 16. The Bible says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and then glorify our Father which is in heaven." All right, let me look at the summary of what my colleague has said. Basically, the objective of the reforms or the tax laws, the objectives. First, we look at the issue of making the taxes very simple. He has said to us there are 4 aspects of 4 tax laws, and he mentioned them. So let me go back to that. Some people want to write. The first is the Nigerian Tax Act 2025, NTA, Nigerian Tax Act 2025.
The second is so you can just write NTA 2025, Nigeria Tax Act. The second is the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, NTAA, also 2025. The Nigerian Tax Administration Act, 2025, NTAA. First, NTA, second, NTAA. The next is the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act, also 2025. The Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act, 2025. And then you have then you have the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Act, 2025. So these are the 4 basic tax laws that have been recodified and which has actually expunged previous enactments on Nigerian tax laws that we had earlier. And so what this has done is to make the laws very simple, and then also to expand the base, the tax base, and in terms of digital compliance, for us to be digitally compliant. We heard about cryptocurrency. Now that before was not captured in any of the status of the Nigerian legislation. But as we speak now, if you are doing anything in crypto, wherever it is, whatever it is, the law actually has captured that. And then you also find that those people who are in that environment are already charging you for doing that. I'm sure you have seen that, for those of you who are into crypto. Another thing about the law is the fact that it's more efficient and transparent. He has said so many things, so I'm trying to just so that your mind can be at rest, all right? And then also for fair distribution, for fair burden distribution. So the more you earn, the more tax you pay. So that's the one. Then 2, the focus of the new laws that we have under the present regime, they are taxpayer focused. What that means is the laws are looking at the citizens that pay the tax. They are more interested in your business. We are more interested in saying, okay, hey, you are doing business, or you're earning income, or you're earning profit, or you're earning dividend, whichever way it is, let's give you more money, give you more allowances, give you more rates, so that you can have more money to do business, because the more you do business, the more the economy thrives. So I need you to know that the law is more to your benefit than to the government's benefit. All right? Then the next thing I'd like to talk about is the fact that Nigeria operates a self-assessment regime. And because we're operating a self-assessment regime, we're saying that you are the king. You determine what you pay. If you have made a profit of, okay, let me talk about a company. If a company has made a profit of 50 million, and then your turnover, like we have been able to classify, that there are companies that have been classified as small companies and large companies. So there are only 2 types of companies operating in Nigeria. You are either a small company or a large company. A small company is a company identified by the law that has turnover between 0 and 100 million. So if you have your turnover for your company is between 0 and 100 million, you are exempted from tax. Please mark the words we use. You're exempted from paying tax as a company. But then if your turnover is between 100 million and above, 101 million and above, then you are expected to pay tax on a rate of 30%, which will be reduced to further 25% in 2027. Right. Now, but that you are operating a business of 0 to 100 million as a company does not mean you will not file. So there are filing requirements which has to do with compliance. You must file your annual returns. I'm talking about annual returns as a company. So you are filing your annual returns once a year. And then that also brings us to your accounting date. What is the accounting date that you're provided that you are going to be filing your returns? For example, some people adopt government fiscal year between January 1 and 31st December. So if that is your window, accounting window, then the law says in the next, after 2025, for example, you're beginning from 1st January 2025 and then 31st December 2025. The law gives you a 6-month window within which you will be able to file your returns of 2025. So that means the returns of 2025, we're expecting them between January and June 2026. Right, so that you are a turnover of between 0 and 100 million does not say, even though you have been exempted from paying taxes, you are not exempted from filing. So you must file your annual returns. Though you're not paying, but you must file. The reason for that is to ensure that we monitor the progress you are making as a company. So if you've been able to rise from 100 million to 101 and thereabout, we'll be able to see how that has had an impact on you and then when you will start filing. So because we're a self-assessment regime and then we have the issue of compliance, the only way we will know you are telling us the truth is to audit you. So for every self-assessment regime making you the king, we only come to knock at your door. King, sir, you have filed your returns and paid so, and so, because you determine what you pay. But we want to actually verify, to know from the books that you've got, that your filings are equal to what came out of your books. That's where audit comes in. So when audit comes, you're not supposed to jitter. You're supposed to be relaxed, because if you've done the right thing, there's no reason for you to be afraid. He read the portion in the scriptures for us. And then audit goes through your books to find out, 1, if you have used the right rates, 2, if you have sent in the right returns, and then if you have paid the right amount of tax. If that is not the case, then having reviewed your books and records and documents provided, the tax authority will now invoke certain sections of the tax law and then be able to give you what we call additional assessment, which means you're going to be paying an extra amount of money upon what you had paid before. But now, you're paying with penalty and you're paying with interest. The penalty is 10% by the law. But then the interest is a spread determined by whatever is the monetary MRR of CBN. 5% above that, added to that MRR, is what we will charge as interest. So in the law, it's nothing more or less than 38 to 40% interest. And why we do this is to tell you, hey, do the right thing. It's not good for you as a church person to be found trying to get yourself involved in penalties and interest. It's important you know. The penalty is 10, but the interest is a spread, and you're paying that interest, for example, for January that you did not file. In February 2026, by 21st of that February, we are charging you interest for January, that same January returns that you did not file. You come in March, we'll charge you February and March in March for January returns that you have not filed. You come in April, we'll charge you February, March, and April for January returns you have not filed. So for as long as January returns for VAT has not been filed, it continues like that on a compounded basis. So it's safe to say that you need to run away from that. Right. However, in addition, what the law has actually also done for us, which is very good, is to introduce what we call incentives. Incentives and tax exemptions. So what are incentives? Quickly. An incentive is a tax incentive is a benefit or advantage given by government to encourage certain economic activities, such as investment, job creation, export, innovations, or development of priority sectors. Now, the government has about 57 priority sectors. Agriculture is part of it. Exportation is part of it. Manufacturing is part of it. I'm just giving you examples because there are about 57 lists of priority areas that the government has given to us. So simply, tax incentives are rewards or benefits that reduce the amount of tax a person or company pays in order to motivate them to do something that is good for the economy. I'll give you an example. The government may reduce tax for a company that builds a factory. Dangote, for example, oil and gas, he's into it. The refinery of Dangote refinery is actually enjoying tax incentive, what we call tax holiday, for a period of first 5 years. It can be renewed for the next 5 years, or 3 years, but maximum of next 5 years. So he can enjoy a tax holiday of 10 maximum years, after which he can start paying taxes. So that could be a part of government incentive for building that factory. So if you are interested in going into manufacturing, please, I will advise, get to know, notwithstanding your interest area, get to know the priority areas. Of course, the 57 lists, I don't know what you want to do that are not contained in that 57. So get to know what those areas are so you can get into it and then enjoy the exemptions available. I will also talk to you about tax exemptions. I've talked about incentives. Incentives are to encourage you to go into certain areas, but exemptions are certain incomes, certain persons, certain goods, certain services, or transactions are completely tax-free. You are not to pay taxes on those, either as an income, as a person, or goods, services, transactions. They are completely free from tax. But let me point here to say that we can have exempted items in terms of VAT, but VAT does not have, VAT also has exempted goods. So exempted tax exemption simply means you do not have to pay tax at all on specific income or activity. I'll give you an example. You are into charity organization. Of course, you should know that NGOs don't pay tax because of what they do. But where they go off, where they veer off their object clause and do business and make gain, such gains, though the NGO is not subject to pay tax, but such gains on the business transactions are taxable. What we mean by taxable, you pay tax on that, even though as a registered NGO, you're not to pay tax. I hope that's clear. I'll give you an example clearly. If in church here, we have a business center. The business center has recorded under this church is exempted from tax. But if the business center here that we have now goes out of the object clause and does contracts of supply with government, for example, that contract of supply with any government entity is subject to tax. Great. So now let's look at the exemptions quickly. Just few. I've classified them into parts. There are quite a lot of them. And that will interest you to know that what the government is focusing on is, like I said, is about the taxpayer. The first part is on income tax exemptions and reliefs. Income tax exemptions and reliefs. Now, the Nigerian Tax Act, NTA 2025, sections 163, section 164, section 165, and then sections 120 to 122 of the Nigerian Tax Act 2025 gives exemptions on income tax exemptions and reliefs. And these are the types: general income tax exemption, presidential exemption powers, donations, deductions, research and development deductions, double taxation relief. Now, these are falling under the income tax exemptions and reliefs. The next category that I have been able to get across is what we call the economic development incentives. What the law says is called the flagship framework. The flagship framework. Now, looking at sections 166, sections 167 to 169, section 170, I think I will spare you all of that. But what that is looking at is the following exemptions: priority sector incentive, economic development incentive certificate, incentive terms, application approval, monitoring and compliance, economic development tax credit, incentive period, capital expenditure relief, and transitional incentives. These are classified under what I call economic development incentives. Then there's the VAT incentives and reliefs. You will like this. VAT incentives. VAT exempt supplies, zero-rated supplies, presidential VAT exemption, and then input VAT credit. These are also incentives granted by the Nigerian Tax Act, administered also by the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. Then you have the free trade zone and export incentives. I need to explain this. There are certain areas in our country that have been marked as free trade zone. What does that mean? These are places that are marked that doing business in those specific areas, there are certain conditions, there are certain goods that are allowable in those areas. And then if you do business in that particular zone, you are exempted from paying taxes. Again, you are not exempted from filing. You may be exempted from paying, but you are not exempted from filing. So filing requirement is a must in all cases. You must file. Let's know what you are doing. Even though you are the king, you determine what you pay. You determine what everything you do. We need to know what you are doing. So what the law is looking at is your ability to be held accountable, though you are made a king in our instance. So what are those incentives in the free trade zone? There's the free trade zone exemption. There's the export processing zone relief. There's also the limited domestic sales tax. There's a certain rate given in that zone which they must now give or sell to the state. When I'm talking about the state, I'm talking about the country in where they reside. Certain percentage. But if you go off that percentage, whatever goes beyond the percentage granted to you by law, you pay tax on it, even though you're operating in the free trade zone. Please take note of this. Then there is also the gas and petroleum incentive. Perhaps there are people who are into oil and gas. There are certain incentives granted by the Act. One is the associated gas utilization. Then you have the non-associated gas incentive. Then you have the zero tax on gas transfers, investment tax allowance. And then I also saw gas to liquids project. Now, these are, they may sound technical, but just to let you know that there are basic incentives and exemptions given to companies in the country for operating in this country. Can I hear you thank God? Can I hear you say thank God? Then there's also the issue of the mining, agriculture, and special industries. If you're into mining, you should know that there are also incentives given to you. Mining incentives, for example, plantation industry incentive, collection incentive schemes. Then also there is an exemption granted on stamp duties. Stamp duties and surcharge exemptions. You have stamp duty exemptions. Then you also have the surcharge exemption. Let me talk to you about the capital gains and asset-related incentives. Now, these are all, I can mention them. There's administrative and compliance-related incentives, and so on and so forth. But the key strategic themes of the 2025 tax incentive framework is, one, to shift from blanket incentive to targeted incentive. So we are looking at, just like I've said, the law is looking at the taxpayer, is now being taxpayer focused. We are looking at you, the taxpayer, operating in Nigeria. Yes, we've known that things have been very, very difficult, but as it is, using the Nigerian laws, Nigerian tax laws as we have today, things are made easier and easier for you. Right. Again, the issue of transparency and accountability, and then, of course, to align with the global practices. So let me conclude here by saying that the Act 2025 introduces a structured, investment-driven, and performance-based incentive regime, replacing fragmented historical reliefs. It also aligns Nigeria with global standards while supporting industrialization, export growth, and fiscal sustainability. Brethren and friends, I'd like to stop here, and I know you have lots and lots of questions. I wish we had been able to reel the questions and answers that we had gathered together for you. I don't know, maybe when the time comes for Q&A, we may go through them again, some of them, that will allay your fears. But the truth is, operating in Nigeria today as a company and as a person, there's no fears. Don't have any fears at all. That's one. Number two, as a Christian, make sure you are doing the right thing. I wasn't going to look at the back when my colleague was asking for how many of you are paying your taxes. I didn't want to look. But if you are not, it's important you do. And how do you start doing that? First, get yourself a TIN, tax identification number. He has also shown where and how you can get yourself registered. If you're a business person, you're a company, you have a company, because of course your business, your company is different from you as a person. Your company must pay taxes, except where you are operating as a small company. What we have done is to classify you as small until your turnover increases to 100 million and above. If you are less than that, file, but you're not supposed to pay. But if you are more, you both file and pay. If you are a business owner, we expect that you're registered for VAT purposes. Whatever it is, please ensure on a monthly basis. VAT comes on a monthly basis, but income tax is on annual basis. Thank you very much. We expect your questions.
Thank you very much. Pastor Amechi, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for him. Please, sir, may we just ask that you just take your seat there. Pastor Bayo, please join him. Please, a round of applause for Pastor Bayo Adefegbe. As we step into the question and answer session, we have, I would say, quite a number of questions here. But what as we normally do, when your question, we could have like, for instance, we have about 5 questions on the same subject, so we pick one. That will address all the other 4 issues and all that. So we have some questions on our Slido that has come in, and we'd like to quickly go into that. Now, let me pick the category on turnover. Somebody is asking a question here. Can we get extra microphone? Let's get the microphone. Thank you. Now, there's a question here on turnover, and 3 questions, actually. I'll just read the 3 of them that you can answer together. So the first one is saying, are we saying a company with turnover of below 100 million will not pay any tax at all, including VAT? Is it that, a company that has an annual turnover of less than 100 million
if you are, first, we have divided the companies, classified the companies into 2. You are either a small company or you're a large company. So let's get that. Number 2, if your turnover is below 100 million, you're a small company. And then number 3, if you're above 100 million, you're a large company. Whether you are small or large, you must file. But if small, you are not paying taxes when you file. Taxes here has to do with company income tax for not being able to pay in terms of 0 to 100 million. But you must pay VAT on a monthly basis. Of course, that is the normal thing for you. VAT is paid at the rate of 7.5%. The law hasn't changed, but filing is compulsory. But your annual returns as a company that's a small company will be filed below 100 million, but no payment of company income tax. But VAT on a monthly basis, yes, you must file and pay.
The question is very clear. You pay VAT on your services and your goods, even though you are a small company. But if there's something called the company income tax, which is payable per annum. And that's a derivative of government from the profits that your company has made, having done transaction for 1 year. So government is entitled to what we call company income tax. but you are exempt from that if your company's turnover is less than 100 million. Thank you. That's clear. Now, the other question about that is, if your business is situated in a free trade zone, are you exempt from paying tax even if your turnover is 10 billion?
Can I answer?
With reference to free trade zone areas, that if your company, you make a turnover of...
I understand.
Above,
all companies domiciled in the free trade zone, all, whether small or large, all companies domiciled in the free trade zone are tax exempt. All companies. However, the law says that there are certain specific percentage of the items within which you are trading in that free trade zone that must be sold as domestic items. 20%. If it goes beyond 20%, which you are selling to Nigerians, for example, whatever is on top of that 20%, you pay tax on it. So what that is saying also is to make you accountable. You must not supply to Nigerians beyond 20% of the goods or services that's available in the free trade zone. However, the remaining is exported outside the country. Of course, as you export, there are, like Oga has mentioned about the national single window. Anything export, you are dealing with Nigerian customs. So as you are going to export, we don't expect that you are a small, sizable company any longer, even though you are in the free trade zone. So there are specific requirements of the law which you must meet, and then upon which you pay tax on the percentage of items you are selling outside. So what I'm saying in essence is free trade zone makes you a giant. That's one. Makes you an accountable fellow. It makes you a structured person. When I mean person here, I'm talking about a company. Like I said, a company is a person. So, operating there are certain goods and services you should be able to give to Nigerians from that zone, 20% of your goods. Exceed 20%, we will tax you. However, you are focused outside, which means your goods and services are exported, but you must pay tax on those goods and services exported, even though you have certain exemptions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This question here, okay. Pastor has a question.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Pastor, you know, there are different free trade zones. Like we have the Olokola free trade zone. We have one in Ekpe, and I think we have one in Port Harcourt.
Yes.
Now, there are 3 different states. Now, if I register in Lagos State now, for example, must I go to Aja, or must I be registered within the free trade zone environment? Or if I'm trading in Lagos, my business falls between free trade zone. So I want to know that how do I operate in free trade zone? Because you are telling us free trade zone now. I'm sure a lot of people will be asking. So do I need to operate within the environment, within the state, or, you know, is there any mechanism where we have to register with the free trade zone to operate business there? That's number 1 question. Am I clear, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then number 2, for charity organizations, I'm not sure if it has changed in Nigeria, you don't pay taxes, you don't pay VAT. So, but when vendors come, they want to charge you and enforce VAT on you. But I'm not sure if the laws have changed, that if you are a charity organization, which the church religious organization falls into, what do you call all this? Well, the NGOs fall under. So what is the position of government about VAT and taxes? Has it changed or is still the same?
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll answer the last question first. Churches are now being audited for information, sir. And most, what I mean churches, religious institutions, and even NGOs. For instance, if you are doing construction, you as a church may not be taxable, but the institution that is relating with you, if it's a taxable institution, then the responsibility is on you. For instance, withholding tax. If you are to pay them, the withholding tax portion on that contract sum should be deducted and remitted on behalf of that. It's not for you. It's for, let's say, company XYZ now. Let's say we give Julius Berger, for instance, the construction of a new auditorium, and we want to pay them 10 billion naira. If the 5% is the withholding tax on that 10 billion naira, we should withhold it and remit it to the tax authority, which is the National Revenue Service, because the institution doing business with us is a taxable institution. However, if it is a fellow church organization that, for one reason or the other, is doing business with us, then we don't need to charge them. And that is why, unlike ever before, it is now being strongly encouraged that you get a proficient, knowledgeable accounting software and accounting professional that you must give the very comprehensive and appropriate narration in all, both your banking transactions and record keeping in the system. Am I being clear, sir?
All right.
You're right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Pastor, let me add something in terms of the laws that governs regulation of free trade zone activities in Nigeria.
Okay.
There's actually a federal government institution, an agency of federal government called the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority Agency, or Authority, NEFZA. NEFZA. They regulate free trade activities of companies in Nigeria. For instance, I think some 2 years ago, I had cause to advise a Chinese company. They are the producer of Vigil Milk, and they are this Vigil drink and the rest of them. They are in Ogun State. They are registered in Nigeria. Of course, they comply with the necessary regulation of companies registration in Nigeria, their foreign participation and all of that. Now, they wanted a place where they could have a lot of incentive from governments. They didn't just want to site their company. Even though they came, their contact persons were in Abuja, right? But when we had to advise them, that for you to be able to do this business, there are incentives that government has made available. Now, they have to consider all the free trade zones in Nigeria, and we have to get them registered with NEFZA. So it's not just enough to register with CAC. You are registered already with CAC, you can have your registered address anywhere in the country. But when it comes to the free trade zone, you need to register with NEFZA.
Okay, that is clear now. So for everyone.
So when you register with, when you register with NEFZA, they will tell you all the procedures that you need to follow, comply with. They will also indicate to you the free trade zone areas. We have in Ogun State, we have some in the oil producing areas and the rest of them. So companies that are into manufacturing, you see a lot of them in Ogun State. They're not there because it's convenient. They're there because of the incentives that government has put in place. You see, when you go to places like Igbesa and go to places like Ota, you see a lot of manufacturing companies there. They are there, all these Chinese companies, they are there because those areas are the free trade zone area because of the incentive that government, and those incentives, by the time you put together in terms of Naira and Kobo, it's a lot of, it runs to billions. And so they save money by making production in those areas, and then they can then sell to the rest of the company. So there is actually an agency of government that regulates free trade zone activities in Nigeria. Thank you. I thought I should add that to
Very clear.
that question. All right, sir. So we go to the next question. Somebody is asking that in terms of your filing, of course, this question is very clear. Your turnover, somebody's asking whether you do your turnover monthly or annually. The answer is annual. It's not, the government does not expect to file your annual turnover is per year. It's not monthly.
Sorry.
Monthly is for, sorry, sir.
When you say annual turnover,
Yes. Let me read out the question so that it's clear. The question is, are you referring to monthly or yearly turnover for companies that are exempt from paying the 100 million for paying tax? Is it annual turnover? When you say turnover, is it annual or monthly?
No, annual turnover of 100 million and below, you are tax exempt from company income tax. However, you are expected to file your audited annual financial statement annually. And not only are you expected to file that, most times it is expected that you add your bank statements to it to substantiate that you are actually 100 million and below. At times, especially for agency institutions, like traveling agents or those that are into real estate, that their turnover is usually much more than the 100 million we're talking about. But because their incomes, their turnover can be as much as in billions of naira, but their own incomes may not be up to 100 million. So that is why at times it is expected of you to add your bank statements to. It makes cases easier for you. And even your name, once it's established that you're an agency company, we know that you earn incomes from commissions, not necessarily whatever comes into your bank account statement. So it's better you just get yourself appropriately documented to help the NRS officials in your filing.
Thank you, sir. I'll take these two questions together. The first one says, how can I avoid, not evade, paying tax in Nigeria? How can I avoid? And it's rather very mischievous, but somebody's saying, how can I avoid paying taxes?
I like that.
He's right. It's a right question.
I like
Now,
it.
and then the second question, which we can take it together, is that, can I file my tax clearance online?
Yes.
So the answer to that one is straight yes. And I will tell you my little experience with the interacting with the new tax NIS interface. It's very user-friendly. I mean, somebody yesterday, I was guiding somebody on how to get SCUMO certificates. And I said, you don't need to consult a lawyer for that. I showed the person the website, they went there, and the person uploaded and all of that.
Sorry, sir, what's SCUMO?
Special control units on money laundering. So if you are doing consulting businesses, if you are doing consulting, you are doing real estate, you are doing all of that. Part of government's, of what government have started to do is to be able to monitor the source of your funding, just to make sure that it's not from proceeds of corruption or funding of terrorism and all of that. So one of the things they put in place is to ensure that you get a SCUMO certificate.
From EFCC?
From EFCC. EFCC is the one that is coordinating that. But they have a special unit for anti-money laundering, and then you register with them. Once you get your SCUMO certificate, in fact, your banks, when you want to open a bank for a consulting firm, they will require your SCUMO certificates, and its application is actually free. But of course, there are a lot of things that goes on the background that you may not be able to get this, but you can consult us. We can do that for you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Are you marketing?
No, not at all. Not at all. How can I avoid?
Okay, let me attempt that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Don't mind. That question is apt, and I'm glad that you are very interested. Tax avoidance is legal, legitimate. There is no law anywhere in the world that is perfect. There's no law. So every law has loopholes. So the Nigerian Tax Act, the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, and all of that, there are loopholes that are in there. You as a taxpayer may not see the loopholes. You may not see. It takes the professional to notify or to know the loopholes in those laws. and use it to your advantage. So as a company, you are just meant to file and pay. You may not know all that there is in the law, so which works against you sometimes. But consulting a professional, as it is, who knows specific area, and that's why when they're advising you, sometimes ask them questions. They'll tell you, you can use this to avoid this, and this is how much you will pay. The guys who are in some of these extra procedures, there's a reason why they are there, like he has mentioned. There's a reason. And part of the reason is to avoid certain taxes. That's called tax avoidance. So you are using the loopholes in the law to your own advantage. That's what is called tax avoidance. But evasion, man, don't just go there.
I would just say, if you are in real estate business, the real estate investment trust scheme is something that you should think about and leverage upon. I'll just give you my consultancy service free. Let's continue.
Thank you. All right. Some of these questions, like I said before, are kind of related. So I'll just take one, and I believe that has sorted the other ones. Someone is asking here, say, where do I pay my tax if I live in Abuja and my family is somewhere else? Should I share the tax between both locations? I think that's very straightforward.
I made mention before what we call the residency rule. Residency rule simply states that no matter where you work, you must establish to the tax authority your resident. Once you are there for up to 6 months or 183 days in a year, then you are expected, when filing your returns for the year, to pay it to the Internal Revenue Service of the state for which you have indicated as your residence. I can quickly give an instance. Some years ago, when we were trying to generate additional revenue for Ogun State, we sent an internal circular nationwide. We indicated that if you are an Ogun State indigene, kindly indicate on your employment forms that you live in Ogun State. And it actually helped Ogun State to increase its revenue at that time. So that's to tell you the strength of residency rule, whether within Nigeria or even outside Nigeria. For a foreigner that comes and spends 3, 4, 5 months in Nigeria, you can't disturb him for his taxes because he has not spent 183 days. However, if the income is directly being generated in Nigeria, then he must pay the appropriate taxes on it in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have very short time. I think I've taken a question relating to this. The next question here is, I think this person may need to consult a tax consultant, because the question has, I think there's more details to it. He said 4, but I'll just read it out. He said, sorry, just a minute. For a company that wants to reduce payee taxes and PIT, how can the company, pay allowable bonuses instead of salaries? As a company, you are trying to reduce your tax burden on payees. This is why I say that this person needs to consult. I think, so I don't think you know to answer that question. I think person should come and see you.
It's okay. Actually, we had agreed, and part of the comment we were to make is the fact that very personal tax issues will both be available after the session. Unless if you believe the very personal tax questions will be of relevance or benefit to the entire household. If not, we will still be available to enlighten you the more which is to let you know that we are willing to do better taxation and give advisory services. And as we had also said, we are speaking in our individual capacities. You cannot say, oh, Mr. Michi, you said so and so and so. We can now hold Nigerian Revenue Service to that. No, you cannot.
Thank you. So please, for some of us that have some of these questions that are, you have an organization, you are dealing with some things, you can just speak with them later on after the session. Now, this question says that, should I hold the organization that deducted WHT, right, withholding tax and VAT, responsible if nothing shows when I file for tax, despite the deduction reflecting on my account?
Beautiful question.
How do I go about it?
Beautiful question.
Okay.
I'll tell you this for free. The onus is on you not to be quiet. Actually, as the National VAT Coordinator then, I encourage people to come around, lay their complaints. The NRS, as it's called now, has appointed the person that you are doing business with as its agent. So the person you are doing business with has done very correctly by deducting your VAT or withholding tax. When that institution does not remit it to NRS, all you need to do is make a formal complaint to the NRS and copy that institution. Just leave it like that. I can promise you, okay, I can tell you what I used to do then. I'll give that institution the 2 weeks notice that based on the letter that you have also been copied, I give you the next 2 weeks to make remittance. Failure to do that, you will not only be requested to pay, the interest and penalties on it will be charged. Now the beauty is that I don't even need to disturb myself chasing you about. Once this person is now registered under the e-invoicing that we are talking about, whenever that institution is going to pay, the interest and penalties for late payment is automatically charged by the NRS system called Tax Pro Max. I hope that answers the question.
All right, thank you. We'll take Mommy's question, and then we'll take one last question, and then we end this session so that we can go to the next. Yes, ma'am.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
The question goes like this. To the civil servants who are living in Nasarawa state and they are working in Abuja, and automatically their money, their tax could have been removed from the source. From the source. Are they now to pay another tax where they are living in Nasarawa state?
Good question, ma'am. I made this statement before, and I know there are many cases like that. I've handled between Lagos and Ogun State before. And all I'm saying is, at the point of employment, you are to state emphatically your state of residence. So if you have stated your state of residence as Nasarawa State, when you are filing, you are expected to file in Nasarawa State. And if your taxes being deducted is by FCT IRS, under the new Act of Joint Revenue Service Board Act, there is an opportunity for what we call reconciliation. When people like you make your cases and bring them up, Nasarawa State Government Internal Revenue Service will make a claim to FCT IRS. And FCT IRS has no choice but to remit immediately or refund to Nasarawa State Government. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, there are more questions, but we don't have the luxury of time. Otherwise, we will not will not achieve any other thing other than this. But one thing, though, is that for as many more questions we are able to treat or that you may have, please feel free to always come around. Both of them are very reachable. They are approachable. You can also always ask them questions, and then they will be ready to answer your questions free of charge because you are in the house. Amen. Please, a very, very big round of applause.
Sorry. Before, I think it won't be out of place. My email that can be shared is adebayo.adefegbe@nrs.gov.ng. I'll take it again. Adebayo.adefegbe. The Adefegbe is ADEFWEGB@nrs.ng.gov.ng. That gov is gov.ng. Go ahead and give yours.
And mine is Covenant Creation. COVNANT. Covenant Creation, one word. Covenant, COVENANT.
I think it will
so
be stated
we'll
on
state it on.
We will project it.
Thank you.
So please keep your questions. You can ask them questions, and please, let's be very decent. We want to appreciate every one of us. First of all, shall we just give another round of applause to our very distinguished, seasoned, chartered, and of course, heaven-minded consultants and our speakers. Please, we appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We thank you for obliging us, your time. We just got, this session we just had down in terms of quantification of their fee is about something close to 10 million, between 5 and 10 million naira. Shall we just put another round of applause together for them? Thank you. And we got that for free. Thank you. We appreciate that. Without any further ado, we want to go to the second session. And in this session, we shall be considering the topic, the place of planning, preparation, and execution of ideas and plans. You know, oftentimes, a lot of us have ideas. We want to do something. I want to do this. I want to do that. But it's an enemy called procrastination. He has a way of telling you, you can do it tomorrow, you can do it tomorrow, you can do it like that. And this session essentially is meant to equip us with necessary skills and tools to help us to be able to do our planning effectively, execute them. How do we execute? How do we plan? How do we execute? And of course, so that we can have results. And for this session, we have the singular honor to invite our very own beloved Pastor Agbolade Okenla, who is going to teach us, is going to, give us in this session. But before then, we'll take his bio, his profile, as welcome him to the podium. Thank you.
Pastor Agbolade Olufumilade Okenla is a highly respected teacher of the word, known for his profound spiritual depth, biblical insight, and practical wisdom. A mentor, influencer, and a transformational leader, he is deeply committed to imparting knowledge and raising spiritually grounded, purpose-driven individuals. Before answering the call to full-time ministry, Pastor Agbolade was a successful entrepreneur and one of the leading Black businessmen in the United Kingdom. He held numerous executive and non-executive roles in both the UK and Nigeria, managing business enterprises with distinction and visionary leadership. Passionate about Christ and leadership, Pastor Agbolade is widely acclaimed as an engaging, thought-provoking, and impactful minister. His journey in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, began in 1996. He became a minister in 1998 and was ordained as a deacon in 2001. While in the UK, he served as pastoral assistant at RCCG Jesus House, London, under the leadership of Pastor Agu Iruku, further shaping his spiritual and leadership foundation. After relocating to Nigeria in 2010, Pastor Agbolade continued his impactful ministry In 2013, he was divinely led out of RCCG, Jesus House, Abuja, by the pastor in charge of Region 20, RCCG, City of David, Lagos, Pastor Idowu Iluyomade, to pioneer a parish under the City of David, Lagos banner. This gave birth to City of David, Abuja, a thriving parish and a testimony to God's faithfulness and kingdom expansion. Currently, Pastor Abolade serves as the senior pastor of City of David, Abuja, RCCG, where he brings his broad business experience and spiritual maturity to bear in raising kingdom leaders and impacting communities. He was recently elected as the chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, AMAC chapter, and a role in which he works to foster the unity of the Spirit and the bond of peace, both within PFN and across the wider body of Christ. In addition, he serves as the provincial coordinator for the Directorate of Politics and Governance, RCCG, where he equips members and the public with the Christian values of ethical leadership and good governance. Pastor Abolade Okenla is also widely recognized for his contribution to nation building, community development, and social impact projects, particularly in the areas of healthcare, education, and empowerment. His work has earned him national and international acclaim, and he was recently named among the most influential pastors with RCCG and the broader Christian community. He is a sought-after speaker, author of several books and journals, and a frequent guest on various leadership and faith-based platforms. He is joyfully married to Pastor Omolara Valerie Okenla, and together they are blessed with two wonderful children, Isaac and Dabra. With a resounding round of applause, let us rise to our feet as we joyfully welcome and celebrate God's servant as he takes the stage to bless us today.
Praise the Lord. Amen. Please be seated. I'll try as much as possible not to speak as a pastor, but as a businessman. While the thing was going, I was like, how come my own educational qualifications were not projected? But it is okay. Like my son said to me the other day, that, Pastor, nobody's looking at education anymore. They're looking at your experience. So I've come here to share my experience with you doing business in Asia, selling Motorola, walkie-talkie, and installing satellite radios all over Nigeria and masts, which has taken me to the DSS office to register the SCORM or whatever they're talking about, EFCC and all that. Then in America, I'm still in active business of doing properties. And in England, I still do the same thing. And in Nigeria, and I still do contracts. So I'm bringing all these experiences and my exposure to different continents and doing business with different people. And one of the things I notice is that when you go outside Nigeria, ethics cannot be compromised in business. But in Nigeria, you can compromise ethics. Because there's some people I have asked that, oh, can't we do it like this? They say, no, it's not allowed, except you want to go to jail. I said, but these are the things we do freely in Nigeria, and nobody feels that there'll be a problem. So one of the things, and I've also said to people, is that integrity in business, it's not a common commodity. It should be a normal commodity. But where you don't have integrity, integrity becomes a scarce commodity and valuable commodity wherever you are doing your business. And one of the things that will do to you is that it would help you to have people who reliably dependent on you because they can trust your product. They can trust your word. They can trust your transactions. So now I have checked over time, and we're going to be discussing about the place of planning, preparation, and execution of ideas in your business. And it is important to know, it is important to also note that you cannot do any business successfully without having your short-term goals, your medium-term goals, and your long-term goals. Because, and then one of the other things is that I have checked with different institutes, with different organizations, with different people. You cannot particularly define planning because you have over 1,000 definitions for planning, because everybody would define planning based on their experience to the approach in the business they want to execute or whatever they want to do. So you have different definitions, but I've come with about 5 different definitions of planning. But if you narrow everything down, it still boils down to goals, ideas, and management. Amen. Sorry. Okay, you see, God also wants us to walk. Like I shared with you briefly, God wants us to walk. And the reason why a lot of us don't succeed in our businesses is that we don't plan the businesses, we pray about the businesses, and then you are doing less than you pray. Prayer does not guarantee the success of your business. Nobody will teach you to pray when you go to business school. Nobody teaches prayer. But what you can do is that, what you will see is that you will see that every strategy, every concept, every characteristic, whatever they are bringing to you, you can definitely see those things in the scripture. But they will never let you know that is in the scripture. So every definition, every execution and preparation, they're basically from the scriptures. But nobody will tell you that it's from the scripture. But guess what? When you implement those ideas, you will see that the business will succeed. You will see that the planning will work. Because you see, when you plan and you follow and align yourself with your plans, it will work. But when you work without planning, then there is guarantee that the business will not succeed. So, if you look at the scriptures very well, like I shared briefly here this morning in Romans 3:28, it said, therefore we conclude that a man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. So that is spirituality. But when James was talking, in James chapter 2, verse 24, he had a different opinion about faith and justification. He said, you see then that a man is justified by works and not by faith only. So if you only come to pray and to fast for your business to fail, it has already failed. Like I said to you, you see, the most prayerful continent is Africa. Have you not wondered why we're the most backward of all the continents? Even China, India, they were third world country 15, 20, 30, 25 years ago. But they are also chasing behind China in technology. And that's why you wonder why people are always going to India for medicals, because they have one of the most sophisticated equipment to modern healthcare, because they planned this thing over the years, and they're not importing from China. Those equipments were invented by them. So when we want to understand effective planning, we must understand effective planning from planning to execution. Because if you plan and you don't execute, you won't have any result. Because you see, understanding the processes and procedures as well, it's all about planning. We cannot truly define planning at a goal. There are several definitions and aspects of planning that we have to put into consideration. So what is planning? The first definition is that planning is the process of organizing and making advanced decisions. So you plan to make advanced decisions. Like here, for example, I'm going to be telling you in Nigeria, you see, the moment you start a business in this part of the world that you hand over to people to execute for you, just write your will and say, bye-bye, thank you, I am enriching you. You see, you cannot start a business. You cannot plan to start a business and hand it over to people to manage, even your twin brother. Don't start any business you don't have experience in. Whatever business you are going to start, make sure you have basic knowledge about that business and keep learning. Because the people who have started the business way ahead of you, they have gone through it. So you need to understudy them to know how the operations of that sector works. Look, I can't say because God gave me a vision to start a factory now. God will never give you the know-how. He will give you the idea. So I want to start a fabric business. God said, go and start a fabric business. So how do I start a fabric business without... So is God going to tell me in my dream again that, okay, this is how you start a fabric business. This is how you know the yard. This is how you know the quality. There's 180 cashmere. There's 180. There's 220. I didn't know all these things before until my tailor started telling me that, Pastor, no, cashmere is not cashmere. I said, how? He said, because they're different qualities. I said, how? I didn't know. Meanwhile, my tailor would charge me for 320 quality and give me 180. So it was my fabric person that said so. I said, how do I identify? He said, at the tail of it, they write the qualities there in number. I said, but God will not give you that detail. It's man that will give you that kind of detail. But God has given me the vision. So the details of your business will always be given to you by man, and the vision will be given to you by God. So you must also understand that God is interested in... You see, a lot of us get frustrated. You see, yeah, God has given me the vision. I'm not able to do it. Because you will not be able to do it because you have not aligned yourself with the man and the authority that will help you. Let me give you a typical example. I ran, over the years in England, one of the most successful and impactful recruitment agencies. I started with the agency. In fact, the agency was very interesting. I started with supplying drivers. When I started with supplying drivers, I said to my wife, I cannot be called into this thing to just be supplying drivers. So I moved into admin. Then I moved into nursing and medicals. I said, there's money in this thing, oh. And guess what? I'll just sit down. I just source for people. But when I had to do the medical, I couldn't do the medical because I don't have medical expertise. So I had to employ a nurse. Can you imagine the vision that God gave me? He gave me the vision, and I started the recruitment agency, but guess what, sir? I had to learn under a man for 6 months who paid me £50 for 6 months, and my wife was pregnant. That could have discouraged me. I could have left, but I had a plan that, no, this thing must work in my favor. So I learned with the man, I had to put myself under the rigors of insult because I'm the one that knows what I want to gain from it. But when I was making the money, Pastor Amici, there were no insults attached to the money that I was making. But I could have left to say that, no, I can't learn under this man. But there are many things I learned under him because the first thing I was even thinking on my head was, where do I get the capital to pay people? Because when you send people to work, they will fill in their timesheet. They won't get their money till next week, Friday. But guess what? The following Friday. But you have to pay them when the invoice comes in. So you would invoice the company, and it doesn't take 1 week for the company to respond to you. It can take you about 3-4 weeks. So you can't hold people when they have gone to work. He was from learning, I know, that there is a company called the back office. What they do is that they would invoice the other companies that you have sent people on your behalf. So the company will pay to them, but they will pay you in advance. They give you your profit in advance, and they take a percentage. I said, that's favors, that's great. So I could have been saying that God gave me this idea. I don't have the capital to stand. So I had over 60, 70 people working for me at the same time. So I started with 4 people, sir. I didn't even have money to give 4 people. But it was in the process of learning that even if I started with 100, I don't need to worry because there are companies who can pay me in advance and invoice my clients on my behalf. And my clients would think that I am the one. But I'm the one that will interface with the workers. So do you understand what I'm saying? So that is where the knowledge and mentorship of men comes in before you start your business. You must also know, you must know what you want. You must know about the business. There are businesses I'm starting this year. And I only know basics. But guess what? I have spoken to one of the most successful Nigerian in that business. So he has given me an appointment for Tuesday. Pastor, come, let's sit down. Don't worry, I'm ready to work with you in this thing. And how do I know that I needed to do this business? I don't do this business. But 3 people in the last 6 months have consulted me to help them to set up this kind of business or give me details of people who did it for you. I can't keep giving details. I too must make money. So, and I can't tell them that the thing is 5 million or 10 million and charge them 20 million. That's not in my character. So in other words, let me just start this thing myself, and I will charge you 100 million. I will charge you 200 million, and I know my clients will pay because I will not supply fake, and I will tell you the technicalities. So if I bring the product to you, you will not see that they have removed one component and replaced it by another component that will blow in another 3 months. All these things I've started planning. And one of the things I planned for was to actually go for an exhibition that exposes me to components inside this product that I want to start selling. And I don't need to move an inch. I don't need to go anywhere. It's just on my phone. Call, and supply. And I make cool money sitting where I am. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there are many things to do in this part of the world if you plan and structure your life properly. And you will see it in the definitions I'm going to be giving you. So it says, the first definition is planning is the process of organizing and making advanced decisions on how to achieve goals and objectives. It involves identifying what you want to accomplish. Then establish an action plan and allocating appropriate resources to carry them out. So, you see, another organization defined planning as the organizational process of defining goals. Because you must define what you want to do. You can't just say you want to start a supermarket. What do you know about supermarket? What do you know about supermarket? Because if you start a supermarket, you don't know. People, they will steal, they will collect money, they will sell your products and go back behind you and what? And replace them and be making money under you, because I saw my dad suffer that thing. He opened a pharmaceutical company because he's a pharmacist for many years. I didn't even know why he didn't realize. For many years, the shop, the chemist, didn't go empty. It was full. And they're telling him that, sir, no sales. No sales. So they will give, in those days, they will give 500 naira. They will give 1,000 naira. The day my dad realized that the manager in the shop had 3 houses, one in Ghana. Yeah, because he was a Ghanaian. One in Ghana, one in Lagos, and one even in Ijebu-Ode, that they're saying no sales. Because do you know why? He opened a chemist and nobody was there. He just left it and trusted someone. And in those days, there were no CCTV. And you see, I can tell you that CCTV cannot protect your business than you being there. Never. No. Don't plan your day-to-day business on CCTV, even on your phone. It will not work. One of the things that would help you is to join associations and to align yourself with people in the line of business. Do you know why? Because everybody have different experiences. So every loophole, everybody will come when you join the association. The purpose of the association is to know the experiences of other people in the business. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's no business you want to do that you cannot do if you have a proper planning strategies. So planning is also the organizational process of defining goals, strategies, and action to achieve specific outcomes. So categorized mainly into strategic, which is long-term, tactical, which is the mid-time, and then the operational, which is the short time, which is what you do every day. Those who are in School of Management will understand what I'm saying. It also includes contingency planning for unforeseen events, because you must also plan for risk. You must also plan for failure as you plan for success. Do you understand what I'm saying? If Dangote did not plan, right, do you know the refinery would have failed by now if you only plan to depend on Nigeria without export? So how do you even start any business without having a failing strategy and a success strategy? No, the fact I say that it will fail does not mean that it will fail. The fact that I say that it will succeed does not mean that it will succeed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even where we are now, there are many people who have started the same thing we have started that have failed. But when they were started, nobody would ever thought that it will fail. And there are many who have started who would never thought that it will succeed. No, I'm just telling you now, can you imagine if the PMS of that refinery is only dependent on Nigerian crude? They have not been able, since he has started, they have not been able to give him adequate crude as we speak. There's been going back and forth. Can you imagine if that is the only thing they have decided, this thing, I'm sure that I will succeed with it. Do you understand? But he planned his risk, he planned his failure, and he planned his success. So the failure that he planned over is the alternative to just in case it failed here. I can get crude from other places, and they'll bring it from the IC. I will pay the taxes, I will refine it, and I will export it. And that's why you see that the dollar is fluctuating. But the moment the agreement is reached, which we're believing that it will be reached very soon, you will see that everything will come down. Everything will come down. Because you see, all what you see around you is not all it takes to succeed, and it's not all it takes to fail. In other continents, in America, right, let me use that as an example. When they're expanding the road, no single house will be demolished. Yes, since I've been seeing them. And the road might be this tiny. By the time you are getting them the following year, they will say that they're going to make it 6 lanes. And guess what? I've never been to that country or any other country and see an abandoned project. Especially in the United Kingdom, they will tell you that this road will be completed in October 2027. And by October 2027, it will be completed. But go to the other parts of the world. They will start a road, they will just do the grading, and then they have abandoned it. And you will think it's normal. So what has failed, what has happened in that sense, is that the people have failed to plan. You know, the Bible talks about your cost. No, but it's only a foolish man that builds a house without a cost. You know, how do you come and demolish people's houses, and then it's difficult for you to give them compensation? And when they give, it's also inadequate. But there are other people who expand and do better roads, and there is no single house that is demolished. Do you know what has happened? As we speak now, the United Kingdom have a 100-year plan of what is going to happen. America have over 60-year plan of what is going to happen. China have plans for 50 years ahead. That's why, you know, they are almost 100 years ahead of us. I told you what they did recently, that they came out with a diagnosis machine that can diagnose whatever you carry in your body in less than 1 minute, in 60 seconds, and send it to a doctor to analyze. Let me give you a typical example. I have an optician here. So I went to my optician few months ago. The woman, you know, she's not the optician, but she works with the company. Her nail was this big. So they would look into my eyes, they would do like this. They would do like this, they would do like this. Then she would put one machine and say, sir, I can't see inside, I can't see inside. She now take that her nail and now try to twist my eyelashes. It was painful. I said, what kind of thing is this? No, because, so recently, I told my brother to book an appointment with me, for me with an optician in England. From getting there, nobody touched you. Nobody touched you. Nobody said, they just said, please put your head inside this machine. And then as she puts those machines there in my face, she was seeing everything in another computer. So she said to me that from this place, you go to another room. By the time I got to that room, do you understand? The result from the first room was already showing. Can you say planning? So when I got there, in fact, the first person who attended to me was not an up to whatever homologies they call them. The other one was an optician. He said, I can see your result. You know, in Nigeria, they will now tell you that, okay, bring your eyes. Then they will do one machine. They will take it from one box, and they will do one. They will do one. So as I sat down with the ophthalmologist, I see another machine flipping those things based on the result on the computer and gave me this thing. And the moment I wore this thing, I said, wow. He said, yes. He said, you have outgrown what they gave you. This is your real. I said, well, it was clearer, it was better, it was simple. So one of the things in your business is that, you see, if you don't plan for exposure, you will think the best you are doing is the best. And you see, when you don't plan, you will not have any reasonable result. Because, you see, planning is the process of also setting goals. Because many of us don't set goals. How do you, look, do you know there are many businesses you can start? When I was doing, you know, at a point, I installed CCTV camera across Nigeria. So I had so many CCTV cameras left. And my wife warned me, that's the only business I did. The only thing in my life that I regretted was having to open a shop. My wife said to me, you have sold millions. You have not opened a single shop. You don't need a shop. I said, no, I must get a shop. I went and got a shop in Poly Plaza, paid millions. Foolishly, I didn't even get a shop. I decorated that shop with so much million, and sir, in 2 years, nobody put their feet inside that thing. I was selling on my phone because everybody would call me on my phone. So my wife would smile. I said, okay, can you go and supervise? Guess what? I had to empty that old shop back into my guest room again. I have never sold any camera, installed any camera by somebody was just going and they saw it and let us. And one thing I've now noticed is that when people don't know you, they just don't barge into your shop, especially when it comes to services. It is by recommendation. And not just by recommendation, by the services you render that people enjoy. It's not the one you will install and they'll be calling you back every day. Oh, the console is not working. The DVR has packed up. The roving camera is not roving. The dongle is bad. The console is not working. To the extent in those times, I have a brand of my camera which is Comitronics camera. Because when I was buying, it was through planning that I realized that I can bring my personalized product from China. And they were telling me that, no, China will give you fake. I told them, I said, I want UK standard. They gave me UK standard. Up till tomorrow, those things are still working. Those things are still working. So I want to tell you that the types of planning. So you have financial planning. You have succession planning, you have project planning, and then you have marketing planning. Based on whatever you want to do, plan your business and structure it either financially, in succession, project, and marketing. So forecasting revenue and expenses to ensure fiscal stability, that is financial. And I don't think succession planning is relevant to us. But project planning, creating detailed time-bound plans for specific initiatives. You don't have the whole world and the whole time to execute your plan. There'll be time that you won't have strength. There'll be time that you won't be available. Then the marketing planning, defining strategies to reach target and audiences to boost your product. So, one of the things I also want to define planning is the process of setting goals, defining actions to achieve those goals, and organizing the resources and efforts needed. So planning, which this one is the most important one. This one is the one I love the most. So I define planning is the process of setting goals. Do you understand? There's nothing you want to do that you don't set goals. Even Jesus set goals. He knew that he was not going to be physically here forever. He was only going to be physically here for 33 years. Guess what? He planned his life within the 33 years and plan succession afterward. You are not part of your succession plan. I was discussing with someone this morning that when we're growing up, we had over 60 industries in Ijebu, 60, or in Ijebu axis. We have the Shokas lace, we have the Aberagba lace, we have the Ayekpe lace, you have Odutola biscuit, you have Odutola tires, you have Wadai shoes, you have so many things, but guess what? Those companies are dead, but their buildings are still there with bushes, because like somebody said, that pastor can also be environmental factors. But I can also tell you that there are some of those people who have planned the environmental factor into their companies that are still existing and will still exist till tomorrow. So when you talk about strategic planning, that's the long-term goal. So set the overall high-level vision and goals. Determine the organization's direction, mission, and competitive advantage. Don't plan your business in a way that you are the only one that is doing it. Because when there are other, always plan it in view that there will other people that will do it. And one of the things you don't plan for when you start your business is customer service manners. When you go anywhere outside Nigeria, when people who are serving you are nice to you, you don't think that they're nice to you because they want to get something from you. But the moment somebody is nice to you, oh, where are you going to sit, ma? Where is the food okay, ma? The moment they start to do that, your thinking is that, no, this man wants me to give them a tip. I went out to eat with my daughter 2 weeks ago. And then we ate, and I paid. He said, Pastor, aren't you going to give tip? I said, how much? $50. I said, for what? The food we ate is $110. He said, Dad, you don't do that. I said, okay, can I give them 20? He said, 20 is okay. Give them whatever. I will balance it off for you. I said, it's not about balancing off for you. He said, but did you not see how nice they are? Shouldn't that even encourage you? Because you see, when you have nasty staffs, you will not have good clients and customers to patronize you. You will just be wondering that why are people not coming, and you are praying and fasting. Father, every enemy of my soul that I put embargo on my progress in my business. But no. The people you have employed, you have not trained them to be nice to people. And nobody wants to keep going to any shop or patronizing anybody on social media, on whatever platform you put your thing, who are nasty to you. I was with somebody one day, he ordered something from Lagos, and the guy just said, hello, your order is in Abuja, I better go and pick it up. And the person just called and fled up and said, look, I'm not buying this thing. How can they be rude to me? And because guess what? The one who is the owner of business is not there. So you put incompetent people there. So whatever you do, when you are planning for your business, plan for customer service delivery. The best customer service delivery. And one of the things they taught us in business school is that customers are always right. Don't ever argue with your customers, because there are several ways in which you can market your product. You can market your product by advertisement. You can market on social media. But the best form of advertisement I've seen is one-on-one and human recommendation. That, oh, have you tasted that food? Have you been to that shop? Have you patronized them? Because if you don't plan to spend, you will plan to fail. And let me tell you this. Africans are profit-oriented when it comes to businesses. But guess what? Other nations are service-oriented. You can go to a store now. The whole place is dirty. There's cobwebs. Nobody is painting anything. Nobody is doing anything. Nobody is repairing anything. You will see shelf is like this. Milk is falling off. Rice is falling off. You can see, everything is just all over the place. But are you not surprised that when you go to developed nations, every time they're improving on it? Because do you know what? The more you improve on it, the more people come in to see it. The other day, I was in Tesco's. 2 weeks ago, I was in Tesco's. Guess what? I've seen other companies now collaborating with each other and having shop in Tesco's. I said, wow, Body Shop in Tesco's? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because there are 3 companies who did so well in the 80s and in the 70s. Motorola, Nokia, and one other company. I will check the name of the other company. But guess what? Nobody would thought that those companies will ever fail. But they failed one after the other. If there is time here, I will show you why those companies failed. Because when you don't plan, your failure is already waiting for you. So plan how, when to start, and how to secure your businesses beyond CCTV. Budget is also needed in planning. It allows you to identify the most cost-effective way or ways to achieve your goals. So don't start a business by collecting loan that you have not already done your visibility studies. For example now, if I want to start a pharmaceutical shop, a chemist, I won't put it in Otako. Because there are so many places in Otako that have chemists. Now, if I put it in Otako, the malaria drugs that I'm going to sell in 1,000 naira in Otako, the same thing, I will sell it in 600 naira in Maraba because the cost of shop is easy, is low. And somebody gave an idea. Everybody will say there is no. Time up, how? They said time up. Eh? Oh, am I preaching? Okay, should I stop now? So it's up to them. I have 14 more minutes here. You are saying time up there. But listen. I don't even have to be a medical doctor to be a multimillionaire here. I don't need to be a nurse to be a multimillionaire here. Look, there are many people who cannot go to hospitals now. There are many people now. Do you know what they're doing in America now? You can do a course. You are not a nurse. You are not a doctor. You can do a crash course and be prescribing drugs. You don't need to be a doctor now to prescribe drugs. Now, why don't you put doctors, why can't doctors come together and say, okay, there are people who are called the high-profile client. You go and meet them at home. They don't want to go and be, the last time I went to the hospital, I was just going up and down. I said, can somebody not do this kind of thing? Can somebody not think and do this and come up with an idea to do this kind of thing? Do you understand what I'm saying? So you need to think out of the box to understand that there are many things you can plan for in your life that will bring out profit and increase your financial status, if you understand what I'm saying. So I've also said that planning helps us to be more efficient and effective, as it allows us to set priorities, seize opportunities, and avoid potential problems. There is nothing you do in life that you will not face challenges. But when you have adequate planning, you can plan ahead of your challenges. It enables us to also, meaning as in planning, it also enables us to have a clear vision of our path and take deliberate steps to reach our goals and objectives. Planning is also the process of identifying the actions required to achieve a goal. I'm going to give you 3 more definitions of planning, and then 1 more thing to do is to give you importance of planning, and then maybe if we have the time to go to preparation and execution. Now, planning is also the fundamental management function, which involves deciding beforehand. Do you understand? Because planning will let you decide beforehand what is to be done, and how it will be done, and who is going to do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can I go back again? It's a planning is the fundamental management function, which involves deciding beforehand what is to be done, when is to be done, how it will be done, and who is going to do it. It is an intellectual process. It is an intellectual process which lays down an organization's objectives and develops various courses of action by which the organization can achieve those objectives. Exactly how to attain a specific goal. Like I said to you, there's several definitions of planning. And then this one is, planning is nothing but thinking before the action takes place. It helps us to a peep into the future, as in you look at what the future can hold. Amen. And decide in advance the way to deal with those situations which you are going to encounter in the future. It also involves logical thinking and rational decision making. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't care what you think. If it's my business, I know where I'm going. You know, majority don't know where they're going. If you don't know where they're going, your pastor will come. You will pack all the things in your shop. You give him, okay, pastor, thank you. And you won't pay for it. Your uncle will come. Your relative will come. Everybody will be coming. You'll be giving them one by one. You might not give them your capital, but you are giving them your profit, and there will be nothing to be saved. Because whatever you have given them that they didn't pay for, you paid for it. So how are you going to turn over your business? So when you do business, that's why when I engage anybody in church, nobody is doing any business in church that ever asks for their services for free. Only wicked pastor, only wicked people ask. When they offer it, I will say, let me pay something. And make sure you pay. You are selling rice every time. You are the one tasting it. Before you even put the thing out there, you have tasted almost 5 buckets of the whole thing. You have given the neighbor. You have given everything because, this thing is smelling nice. How do you, when you don't plan what to give? Because you see, it's also give to have charity. That is not bad. But it can't be at the expense of your capital. It can never be at the expense of your capital. It's only Africans that do these things, though. The best you can give anybody is discount. How do you give them free product? For what? It's a cultural thing. It's not a business thing. Can you imagine if Dangote is giving every member of his family cement to go and be building? The rest of us, what are we going to buy? And we're the ones that will pay. Do you understand? Every service is costly. I've always said to you, whatever skill or skills that are scarce, you determine the value of that skills or the skill. You determine the value. Because it is the basis of your value that people will engage you. Do you understand? So you must change. If you can't start a business to sit with it, to understand how it works 24/7, don't start. I went to a chemist the other day. I ran out of my normal night vitamin C. I'm not kidding. There are about 4 people on the counter. I asked the first person, I said, I wanted vitamin C. Do you know the first thing she said to me was, oh, it's not in my place to sell vitamin C. Meanwhile, there's nobody there. The owner of the business was not there. So it's not in my place. Now, what she said was, is this woman that is there? And guess what? The woman have about 4 other people. If I'm in a hurry, I will not buy that thing. And that money, no matter how small, I will go. But that day, I just thought that, okay, let me even just watch, just in case. I said, just in case, I might have to preach about this thing. Let me watch the experience. So as I stood, another person came. So the line was getting bigger. So the lady now said to the girl, he said, answer him now, go and look for vitamin C because you know. And then the girl now went and did like this. I can't find vitamin C. Oh, I've seen one. Okay, take. How much was vitamin C? Vitamin C was 3,900. I gave her 4,000. Do you know what she said? She said, I don't have change, you. 100 naira. I don't have change, you. I don't have change. So I said, but I can't give you my 100 naira. I said, so give me my 4,000 naira. He said, take. This is a true life story. He said, take. I sat down. I said, thank you, God. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Because this is the experience I need. He said she was nonchalant. She didn't care because she knows that as long as Ogata or Gout, as whether we sell or not, my salary will be. And do you know what? That is the approach of most of us. And how would your business succeed with that? And guess what? One of our medical experts here in those days is the chief pharmacist of that chemist. But he was not there that day. He was not there that day. And they will have lost, just because of 1 naira, the woman probably lost, or the owner of that chemist lost 900 naira profit. 900 naira times 1,000 naira times 1,000 customer is a lot of money. Is a lot of money. So sometimes I'm amazed at how we do business in this part of the world. And it's because sometimes we don't care. So don't start a business and incur debt on yourself. Don't start a business and incur stress on yourself. You have to analyze and plan. Can I start from home? Can I meet my clients outside rather than them coming to meet me in the office? Can I start this business myself? Don't employ 4 or 5 people at the same time. Do you know what? There is nothing you want to prove. They have brought time up again. Okay, let me stop. But let me just give you, there's so many things to do. Okay, let me just give you the importance of planning. I can't give you my email. And those who have it can have it, but I'm not going to give you my email because my email is already saturated. So if you want the questions, if you want me to share these things again with you, if you feel that, okay, we should do it again, please, before you leave, write a note and drop it. Just write a note and drop it. So the number of people, just say, I want your session again. Then let me see the number of people, and then we can do it. So importance of planning. I have number 1. Why you have to plan. It will help you to improve future performance by establishing objectives and selecting a course of action for the benefit of your organization. Let me read it again. The importance of planning. It will help you, because I have characteristics of planning, and then I was trying to get into preparation, and then getting into execution of ideas. But I'm only on planning. It will help you to improve future performance by establishing objectives and selecting a course of action for the benefit of the organization. Number two, planning minimizes risk and uncertainty by looking ahead into the future. Planning minimizes risk and uncertainty. Do you understand? Number 3, planning eliminates waste and minimizes waste. Then number 4, it facilitates the coordination of activities, what we need to do, who is going to do it, when are we going to do it. Thus reduces overlapping among activities and eliminating unproductive work. So, you know, it reduces overlapping. Oh, we have done this, let us repeat it again, and you won't have result. And it eliminates unproductive work. Then, number 5 now, it states in advance what should be done in the future or in future. It states in advance, the importance of planning is that it states in advance what should be done in future, so it provides direction for action. Then, second to the last point, it uncovers and identifies future opportunities and threats. Do you understand what I'm saying? Never, you see, the fact that you project for failure or you project for failing, that just in case, does not in a way translate your plan into failed plan. That's the common thing to do. Can you imagine those who started those businesses those days, fashion into it that there'll be a time that we will have fuel crisis. Because in those days, lights were stable. And the only reason why lights were stable were very simple. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we can only accommodate maybe 3,000 megawatts of electricity, right? Which can only cater for about maybe 100 million homes. Then you have given approval for 200 million homes, and you still have 3,000. So what that will mean is that you already have 1,500. So they cannot have as stable lights as the other ones you used to have. I'm telling you that I'm not speaking in capacity of a pastor now, as a businessman. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you must always project that just in case this thing will not work. It does not mean I'm a failure. It does not mean at all. It doesn't translate me into failure. Only illiterates think like that. So it uncovers identities, future opportunities. It uncovers and identifies future opportunities and threats. Then the last one, it sets out standard for controlling. And then one of the things you must also do in your business is that you must have a standard. I want to sell clothes. If you want to sell clothes for the low-level people, sell clothes for the low-level people. If you want to sell clothes for the medium people, sell clothes for the medium people. If you want to sell high-end, don't collect high money and bring them fake quality, because even as a pastor, I've heard that from church members. And they will say, go and report me to pastor. And some people have said, go and report me to pastor. They're saying that they're reporting them to pastor, and they are begging them, please don't report me. I will change. I will make amends. You see that there is a brain problem there. And I would never advise you to patronize anybody that you will patronize that will say, go to hell and go and do your worst. I will kill that business for you. Because you have wounded me, I will not let you wound the other person. You have done me for one eye, I will not let you go. So when you are going to do joint business or doing business with anybody within the environment of the church, because the church is going, guess what? Ask us, we know everybody. Time up, yeah, come and do whatever you want to do. I can use my authority as a pastor now, because you guys didn't start on time. It's okay, that's what, so questions, right? Give me 15 minutes for the question and you can do your rest. Because they're here to acquire knowledge.
Let's have a big hand for our pastor. Let's have a big hand. Thank you so much, Pastor. It's been a very insightful session.
And you're asking me to stop.
Unfortunately,
Okay,
we need to
just
keep
joking,
up.
we have to.
We need to keep to the time,
Yeah.
sir. So
Okay.
sorry for having to pause you at this moment.
Okay, no
So
problem.
a quick summary. Prayer alone does not guarantee the success of a business. Rather, planning and implementation of our planned ideas. I guess we take that. I hope we take that. So we go into our Q&A session. I'm looking at the
So I can sit
Slido
down.
app, and I can find, yes, please.
Let's ask them physical questions.
So we're going to have questions. We're going to take physical questions. Please put down your questions in a sheet of paper and pass it on to the ushers.
Or they
So we
can raise
have
their
one
hands.
here.
Yes. can also
I'll
raise
beg
their
your
hand.
indulgence, sir, just so we keep up with time.
I will leave at when it's done. It's okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Just one. Okay. So we keep up with the pace. So our question here says, how can an employee make it big within the organization he or she works in?
Okay, that's very
There
simple.
are two, sir. I don't know
Okay.
if you want me to take them together.
It
or you
depends on
want
how
to
many
answer to
questions,
this. It's
because I
just
don't
two.
want to go beyond this time,
Okay.
to be honest.
So the second one, he has two questions. And he says, the second one is, does planning affect your...
Hold on, Lolo, let me start with the first one. Give me the first one.
How can an employee make it big within the organization he or she works in?
Okay, it depends on the context.
Excellent.
It depends on what you do there, and what your passion is. The fact that you see me selling rice and I'm making it now does not mean that there will not be times that I will not have low season. So one of the things you can also do to make it big in your organization is to watch what they do and analyze within yourself that this is what I want to do. There's no experience that can be quantified with money. So when you want to start your own, you can start by first getting products from them. Because if you have worked there faithfully and they trust you there, they can sleep with you, and then they know that when they ask you to do things, the owner of the company or the organization can go to sleep because you work there. If you ask for credit that you want to start your own, they would help you. No, they will do something about it. But what happens is that you can go and collect somebody's product now, and you won't go and give them returns, and they'll not be looking for you. There are many people in the church that we have gone to police station to bail. Not all of them were bad, but some of them, they will collect money to say that they want to help you do the business. They don't know about the business. They will go and give it to somebody else. The person will run away with their money. Not one, not two, that we have gone to police station, that we have paid money to the clients, and that we know that this person is not like this. No, this person is not like this. And I don't stand shorty, but I can tell you that I know this person, but there's some LGBT people in church that when they say, I'll just say bye-bye, I won't even go near there. I won't even go near there. I won't even go there. I will tell them that he doesn't come to this church. He does not represent us. I'm telling you. But there are people who have been genuinely duped in the church, and we can vouch for their integrity. We have stepped into their cases, and we have paid those debts for them. And they're still in the church because they know that they're not scammers, they're not 419 people. And that happens, if that's answered that question, man.
Thank you, sir. I hope that answers your question.
Does it answer the question? One of the
To the
things
person.
is
Okay,
passion,
so-
passion.
Well, if you need clarity, you can see the pastor after
You
now.
can't see me after. Let us do it there. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, the other
So the
one.
second question is, if you want to start a transport business,
Yeah.
what are the planning you would implement?
Don't give it to anybody to drive. I don't give transportation business. Driver. One of the things, I have many friends who have even put GPS there. In fact, there's a particular friend of mine. He put trackers in all his. Don't you see the haulage businesses that people abroad don't do them again? In the early 90s, people will send trucks. They will put. In fact, there was one that happened to my friend. The driver was saying, this man is Babalawo. They will be on their way to Onitsha. After they have dropped the thing, they will tell him that the car broke down somewhere in Ekiti. But I'm seeing Onitsha here. So there are ways in which you can curb that. There are ways in which you can curb that. And it's a lot of plans. For example, if I want to start a transportation business, I will give it to people. The thing is, I know how long it takes to come from here to Abuja. So don't start everywhere. So if it's going to take 10 days, maybe about 2 days to come to Abuja. So I must have a depot here. When you get to Abuja, don't just stay there. From Abuja, they will book you to the next station. So there are ways in which you can do it, because people used to put trackers and all that to know. That minimizes it. But sometimes when they know, they will tell you that tire broke down today, or got no sales tomorrow. Or what you can also do if you trust them, say that, okay, this truck, I bought it for 20 million. I want to make 40 million in 1 year. I don't want to know how it is. Sign a contract. Every month, give me 3 million. Is okay, and give the car to them. But at that, you must have done your research. You know them. You know everything. They must have shorties. They must have guarantors, references, that they cannot go with your car. So now, you say to them, which I think is better, give me 3 million every month. If you miss it 1 month, I collect my car. Sign. Don't ever do business with anybody without having to state the terms and conditions, and everybody signs, and take it to court to legalize it. That's all. And don't do any business with anybody. I don't want anybody to know my business, so please, don't tell them. Don't tell them. No, it's a lie. Anybody you are doing anything with in church that will tell you, I don't want anybody to know my business, the person is a scam. I'm telling you. The person is a scam. I don't want my business known. You don't want your business known, but you want to make money and make it known. How?
Thank you very much, sir. So we have the last question, and it's from a copper.
Okay.
It says, as a 7 copper in Abuja, what business can I start after my service year from the savings I was able to realize from my service allowance?
That is also one of the problems why you run to pastors and prophets. No pastor can tell you what business to start simultaneously or without having to know you or know what God called you to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what you need to do is that open your eyes and look around. There are many businesses you can do. But I'm not going to tell you that this is a particular one. And I've always told you this. Africa is a place where you depend on other people to tell you what you want to do. How is it going to work? You want to get married, you are coming to a pastor. Should I marry her? Should I marry him? 80% of those kind of weddings are already gone out of the door. How do you ask a man to tell you whether to marry somebody or not? You like each other. Tell each other you like each other. Be tolerant, forgiving, be patient. Your marriage will work. You don't need any God. You don't need pastor. You don't need anybody. It is what makes a marriage is self-control. How I'm able to control my tongue when I'm hungry. How I'm able to, tolerate your nonsense. You tolerate my nonsense. And whatever we do, nobody will come to your home to help you act. You guys must act it out, to work it out. Amen? You want to ask a question? Much, sir. I think there's one person the person from the who asks the question, look around what you can do. Look for your passion. Because you see, if you don't follow your passion, when you make money, from it, you'll be happy. When there's no money, you'll be depressed. So whether you like, one of the ways you know, it was Dr. Maros that said it many years, is that whatever you can do without anybody paying you, is likely what your passion is. So go and get yourself trained. Go and get yourself knowledge in it. Amen. I have 5 more minutes, quickly. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
We can sort out your own, Abi.
Sir?
We can sort out your question because of time.
Yes, but I want you to...
Okay.
Please, can you differentiate between having multiple streams of income and somebody trying their hands on every trending skill? Because you see people earning, today they will say it's tailoring, you are there. Tomorrow it's catering, you are there. Next tomorrow is videography, you are there. And nobody knows you for anything. So please help us differentiate between having multiple streams of income and then confusing yourself in the process.
Okay. Many people confuse themselves under the presence of I do this, I do this, I do this. Whatever you are doing, I do many businesses. I think with a very sense of modesty, I have about 6 companies registered here. They do different things. They do different things. And guess what? Oftentimes I don't leave my office. I don't leave my office. I have suppliers in Taiwan. I have suppliers everywhere. I just call them. In fact, the first $100,000 I sent to Taiwan, I didn't know the man. I met him on the internet to buy Motorola radio. I met him on the internet 10 years ago. It was after I paid Nelson that I now flew to Taiwan to go and see him. But now, you can't do that now. You have to go there first. Even going there first, sir. So what I'm saying in essence is that whatever business you want to do, make sure you know. The fact that you can cook does not make you a caterer. So make sure you know what you want to do. And oftentimes, we're not sincere with ourselves. The businesses we want to do is just to carry people along, to make people feel that we're doing well. There's nothing to prove to anybody you are doing well. So why am I going to do tailoring when I'm going to be struggling to look for clients and I don't even know how to measure people? Do you understand? You don't have passion for it. Then they said it's videography, contenting. Even some of the things we did here, we spent so much money, not really for the church. I said it to those children, to those young people. I said, we're just giving you skills. Do you know this, what's it called now? Crane. No, not everybody can operate it. They give you 60,000 to operate if you're operating outside. So that's one of the reasons why I bought it. And I told them that I'm buying it to equip the young people in church so that you can have skills. So it is not you, but the church has trained you to earn income for yourself. So if somebody now asks you if you can operate it, yeah, you can operate it. If you have people who can rent it out to you, then you can tell them that you charge them 200,000 naira, and they will pay for it. Because it's not, how many of us can operate this thing now? Less than 5 of us here. So do you understand what I'm saying? You can't keep putting your hand in many things that are not giving you result. Know what gives you result and what gives you profit. The purpose of multiple income is to give you profit and enhance your financial capacity. So you must make sure your financial capacity is enhanced by the wisdom and the knowledge you acquire from the area you want to practice. Does it make sense?
Thank you,
God bless
sir.
you.
So, I don't know, I would like to seek your permission. Our time is
One
up.
more minute.
Just one person.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to take that.
If you want you to, you are training it at me.
Okay, so
Okay.
please.
Sir, in your years, in few years you've been into business, this is kind of personal.
I'm still in business.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry, sir. This is kind of personal.
I kind of like you. You are not a member of this church?
I'm a member, sir.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Tonye.
Tonye, what
Yes,
do you
sir.
do?
I'm a student.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to see you after.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Many successful people did say, or they just say, I did not, or I didn't have a 10-year plan.
Yeah.
I just kept taking the right steps. You know, in your own personal life, I want to ask and carry so far, has long-term detailed planning actually driven most of your important progress?
No, short.
Or has moment-to-moment opportunism, quick adaptation played a bigger role?
Okay, you are quite intelligent. I really need to see you. I don't know if anybody has told you before that you're intelligent. They are. I like to work with intelligent people. People are brighter than I am. Okay. Now, planning is planning. You can have your short-term plan. You can have your long-term plan. You can have your medium-term plan. But the worst of this is to have zero plan. So whatever you want to do, let your short-term determine your medium plan, and your medium plan determine your long-term. You cannot jump from medium or from starting to long-term. There will be an immediate plan. So now, what immediate plan is to give you access to what you can do. And maybe in another few years, I think this thing needs a bit more patience. Then you move into your medium-term plan, because you have succeeded in your immediate plan. So in succeeding, it will be zero result. If you fail in your immediate plan, you want to go to medium-term plan. So it is immediate plan that will give birth to mid-term plan and the long-term plan. So that's how, for example, I want to start a fashion house. I can start in a room, and then I have 20 clients. They come to my house. Then I decide that I don't want them to come to my house again. I need to get a shop, and I need to be somewhere where they can come. So you know that you will no longer charge them 10,000 naira for the clothes again, because you must put the cost of your shop, the cost of transportation, the cost of everything to make your profit. So what you do is that the moment you do that, you continue to grow. So there is a lady here who started from Okada. She has a multi-billion naira a business, and I'm her mentor. And she speaks everywhere now, and she says to me that my pastor is my mentor, because I saw her grow from when she had one shop to 2 shops. And then she would tell me that she will break another shop. She used to be in one shop. She moved from that shop to another bigger one shop. And she said to me that, Pastor, we are getting bigger. I said, get the second shop. He said, Pastor, what about if it doesn't work? I said it will work. They knocked it down. Then the third shop became, the second shop became the third shop. The third shop, when they felt that there is no more way to expand, then she went and took a whole bungalow house. And that's where she is now. And she's doing very well. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you must follow your plan through to enter into the other plan, to enter into the other plan. As you go, you begin one step at a time, one step at a time. Don't be in a hurry to make it. Don't do business because you want to impress people. Don't do business because others are making it around you or you have nothing to prove. You have already planned to fail. Do you understand? Do it because you have passion. Do it because it's a calling. Do it because you enjoy whatever you are doing and you want to serve people. And let your business always be people's oriented. It's all about people, satisfaction. Do you understand what I'm saying? You must satisfy those who patronize you. Whether if I buy a shoe now, I don't like it abroad, I wear it out and I tell them that no, it's paining me, I thought it was my size, they will take it from you. And that's why Nike is still in business. That's why Reebok is still in business. That's why most of these people are still in business. And when you see those top designers, they don't put their things on the shelf. You have to order them. And when you order them, it's not your size, you can take it back to them. They will take it from you. Buy anything from anybody here now. And later they will tell you that, no, they say, I don't collect money, I don't collect money, there's nothing, I've spent the money. How do you want to progress? Do you understand what I'm saying? Please.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together for our pastor. A round of applause for him.
God bless you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Can we also, at this point, give ourselves a round of applause for how far we've been able to hold on? We're not doing badly at all. I want to ask, I hope we're enjoying the session so far. I'm not getting any response. So if you are, can I get a hand of applause again? Thank you. Okay, so we'll be going into a break section, a brief break just to stretch a little, and that's going to be for 10 minutes, after which we'll return to the hall, and we'll be taking our last session, which is financial management and accountability. Here, we'll be looking at understanding financial intelligence, insurance, financial planning and tracking of spending, what to save, and what to spend. I guess this is a very, very interesting session that we need both as individuals and for our businesses. So I'd, at this point, say thank you for now. Let's just go, observe that short break, and return to the hall. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we come back inside the hall so that we can take our last session? Can we come back to the hall? We're about to start to take our last session for today. Can we call the attention of those on the aisle to come inside? Thank you. For those of us who are requested for email address of Pastor Abayo and Pastor Daniel, the emails are on display. You can send your questions, or you can ask them further questions, or whatever you might want to ask them via the emails that have been provided. Thank you. Can we have everybody seated? Can we be seated? We want to take the last session so that we can close and we can go back to any other businesses that we have in our families. Now, in this last session, we want to discuss financial management and accountability. Financial management and accountability. This is one area where we all need intelligence. We need intelligence on how to manage our finance. We need intelligence on how to plan our finance in such a way that we're well equipped. We are not spending what we are supposed to save, and we're not saving what we are supposed to spend. And of course, we'll touch on insurance as well. Some of us have businesses and we don't have them insured. You have goods, you have a lot of things that you have in your stock that runs into millions of naira, and if there's a risk of fire outbreak or flooding and all of that, how do you mitigate your loss? So this session is going to equip us with knowledge on how to mitigate your risks and how to manage losses and how to plan your finance. And we have a very rich array of professionals who are going to do justice to this topic. And we're going to call the four of them. There are about four of them. We're going to call them as they come. Their bio will be taken, and they will sit down, and then they will take their presentation one after the other. And then we have, after their presentations, then we'll have question and answers session. So please, with a very, very, very gladsome mind, and indeed, it's a privilege and honor to have these very seasoned and accomplished professionals, come to speak to us this afternoon. And I shall be calling, of course, on our very own Mr. Oladele Akoni. Please put your hands together for him. Then we have Pastor Nathaniel Ejiofor. We have Mr. Sheung Oyinloye. Mr. Sheung Oyinloye. And then, of course, we have Dikin Ariyo, Olatunde Ariyo. I don't need to say too much about them because already we have their bios that will be played right now, so we can get to know them and have a bit of a background as to their professional qualifications. And then we'll go into the next rounds of presentation. Thank you. Media, can we have their introductions?
Mr. Oladele Akani, A-C-I-I-N. Mr. Oladele Akani is a distinguished insurance professional and strategic leader with over 25 years of extensive experience in the Nigerian insurance industry. He is an associate of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, ACIIN, a credential that reflects his professional competence and unwavering commitment to excellence. Over the course of his career, Mr. Akani has cultivated deep expertise across multiple sectors and functional roles within the industry. His professional journey is defined by operational excellence, strong leadership, and strategic oversight. He currently serves as the Regional Head, Northern Operations at ICO Insurance PLC, one of Nigeria's leading listed insurance and asset management companies. In this leadership role, he oversees business growth and operational strategy across the northern region of Nigeria, leveraging his vast industry knowledge and experience to drive sustainable institutional success. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage. Nathaniel Ejiofor, FCA, ACCA, ACS, PMP. Mr. Nathaniel Ejiofor is a distinguished financial intelligence expert, chartered accountant, investment advisor, and strategist with over 2 decades of hands-on experience, spanning banking, capital markets, audit, corporate finance, and donor-funded project management. He is the founder and lead investment advisor of Relevant Haven Consult Services Limited, where he provides high-level financial intelligence, investment strategy, and risk advisory services to corporations, high-net-worth individuals, and development organizations. In addition, he is the co-founder and director of finance at Top Notch Learning Center, a leading professional development institution dedicated to training chartered accountants and strengthening financial capacity for public, private, and international development organizations. Mr. Ejiofor also serves as a board member of Right Path Consults and Risk Free Associates Limited, contributing strategic oversight and financial expertise. He is a highly sought-after resource person for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, and the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. He also serves as a key lecturer at Lincoln University, Malaysia, and has delivered impactful lectures and capacity-building programs at Lautech, LASU, Student PYE, Bradham Professionals, Synergy Professionals, and numerous corporate organizations. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage. Mr. Oyinloye Oluwaseun Emmanuel. Mr. Oluwaseun is an astute financial analyst with a specialty in insurance and risk management. With over a decade of professional experience, he has built strong expertise across management, accounting, underwriting, claims administration, and insurance product development. He is an associate member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, and a member of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, CIIN. He also holds a master's degree in business administration, MBA, further strengthening his strategic and financial leadership capacity. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Oluwaseun, fondly called Seun, is a devoted Christian and a proud father. He brings the same sense of responsibility, balance, and care to his family life as he does to his profession, remaining committed to making a positive and lasting impact in every sphere of influence. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage. Mr. Olatunde Ario. Mr. Olatunde Ario holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics and Statistics, as well as a Master of Science degree in Peace Studies and Conflict Resolution. He is a strategic and performance-driven Director of Revenue with extensive expertise in luxury and 5-star hospitality environments. He has a proven record of delivering sustained revenue growth through advanced pricing strategies, demand forecasting, competitive market intelligence, and total revenue optimization. Mr. Ario began his professional career in a mutual fund investment company, where he worked for several years before transitioning into the hospitality sector in 2009. Since then, he has worked with major international hotel brands as a reservation and revenue manager. His experience includes roles within the following global hotel groups: Radisson Hotel Group, Marriott International, Intercontinental Hotels Group. He is currently the Director of Revenue at Abuja Continental Hotel, formerly known as Sheraton Abuja Hotel. Please join us in welcoming an outstanding speaker and distinguished professional as he takes the stage.
Should we say praise the Lord? You know, when you try to combine the church and business. Okay, welcome everybody, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. As you can see, we have 4 speakers, and we are expected to round up whatever we want to do here in the next 50 minutes. So it's going to be, will they say sharp, 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 sharp. The Bible tells us we must go back to our source. The Bible reminds us in Ecclesiastes 7. It says money is a defense. Wisdom is a defense. Some versions says money is a protection. Wisdom is also a protection. But the only edge that wisdom has is that it keeps the life of whoever has it. A lot of us have money without wisdom. And a lot of us don't have money and we don't have wisdom. That's worse. But it's very difficult to have wisdom and not have money. So what we want to do today is, for those who don't have wisdom, who don't have money, with prayer, with the knowledge you gather today, you will get wisdom and you will get money. So my job here is simple. The Bible also tells us in Matthew 6:34, it says you cannot serve 2 masters. You can't serve God and serve money. A lot of us are serving money unknowingly because we want to work till we die. We want to ensure we are working for money and not allowing that money work for us. And that's what financial intelligence is trying to educate us on today. A lot of people, because of their mentality, because of the mindset, they are scared of losing that money. And rather than that fear working positively, it is working negatively. It affects their life. Some people here would never go for a hospital check because it's expensive. In their mind, it is expensive. But by the time the sickness traps you, you will pay 3 times what you would have paid for a hospital check. It's all about mindset. So this morning, we want to look at, or afternoon, we want to look at financial intelligence. And I'm only going to touch 3-4 things, like I said, very fast in the next 10 minutes, and my colleagues will come up on it. So I'm going to look at it from 4 areas. First and foremost, if you look at the slide, I started with defining financial intelligence. And I said intelligence generally is the whole process of you acquiring, identifying knowledge that is required to do 3 things. 1, I said to solve problems, to make decisions, and to create wealth. I also said in my second slide that financial intelligence is you acquiring financial wisdom and whatsoever. Just to make it sharp, I'm going to try to avoid the slides because of time. We can get that later. Like I said, I want to look at just 3 areas or 4 areas, and we are done here. The first one, there are 3 things we look at when it comes to financial intelligence, which I want us to share this morning. Number 1 is your mindset. Number 1 is your mindset. We call it financial mindset. A lot of times people think it's their bank account. A lot of times people think it's how hard they work. But most times, from survey shows that in Africa and other developing countries, less than 20%, if you check, are financially literate. Less than 20%, or within that range. That's a bad ratio. And why are they saying that? I said 3 things. 1 is financial mindset. 2 is financial literacy. And 3 is financial discipline. Let me come again. So I'm only going to touch those 3 things, and then we evaluate and we close. 1 is financial mindset. 2 is financial literacy. And 3 is financial discipline. Then we evaluate to ask yourself whether you are financially intelligent. Intelligence is all about the knowledge, the process of gathering this knowledge and applying it to yourself personally. So let me start with literacy. How many people here individually know their net worth? How many people here individually know their net worth? Your net worth generally, if you don't know what your net worth is, it's indirectly saying you don't know your value, either as an individual or a business. Your net worth is simply your total asset, less your total liabilities. Somebody will ask again, what is asset? How do we want to become global businessmen? How do we want to be financial giants without understanding financial terms? So the first step is financial literacy, financial knowledge. We must get to know it. You must get to understand the impact when they say interest rate is 15.4%, when they say interest rate is 26.5%. How does that affect me as a business? How does that affect me keeping my money in the bank? Because if I keep my money in the bank and the bank is giving me 7%, and the inflation rate is running at 26 or 15, 18%, it means that the value of my money is dropping per day. So why would I carry 5, 10 million and rush and put it into the bank, knowing that it's losing value per day? So we must begin to understand what really is an asset. What really is an asset? For instance, financial standards will tell you that an asset is whatever you have that you expect economic benefits to come from it going forward in the future. But when we now begin to look at it practically, there are some things you call assets that are actually liabilities. So financial literacy, we must begin to understand what are assets, what are incomes, what are expenses. And like my colleagues would come and throw more light. So please, we need to begin to learn these issues. What's the interest rate in Nigeria? What's the inflation rate in Nigeria? What's my net worth? You need to know your value. So many people as businessmen don't know the value of their business. So many people, if I ask again, we don't have budgets, whether individually or business-wise. Pastor had talked about it. We don't have budgets. Because it is difficult, and that's where you need the financial discipline. If you don't have a budget, it means you have no plan. And because you have no plan, you are going nowhere. There's nothing to measure you. It's a difficult thing for anybody. It's a difficult thing for anybody, but you need to have this because it helps you plan. It helps you prepare for things you're not aware of. So please, one of the takeaways here is try to get your net worth, even as a business. What if an investor comes and says, I'm interested in taking 10, 15%? What is your value? What is your value? What is your asset value? What's your statement of affairs looking like? What's your turnover? So we need, as youths who are, someone say, planning a business, to do your business plan, you must forecast. So you must even understand what inflows definitely are, what makes up outflows. So please, the first thing, like I said, because of time, is actually understanding financial literacy. We must begin to understand the numbers. If I give you the income statement or the statement of affairs of the church, what will you be looking at? What exactly, what use will it be if the pastor says every month we are going to be preparing our statement? What use will it be to you? Same thing as I always tell people, we are all businesses. You are a business. God has brought you as a business to affect a particular area. And that's why we are looking for a business to start. A business to start is the problem you want to solve. That's basically the business to start, the problem you want to solve. And all this is about financial intelligence. You want to solve a problem, then automatically you begin to look at what generation, what return am I expecting from this business? Or what challenges will I face? That is risk. What challenges am I going to face starting this business? What are the likely things that will affect? So please, like I said, number one issue is basically financial literacy. We must begin to understand it. How do you understand these numbers? You must begin to read books. When we say finance, basically we are trying to look at money. We are trying to look at financial affairs, what has to do with investment and the rest. How does it work? How does money come in? Times have shown us that it is not the person who earns the highest income that ends up wealthy. I'm in a sector, I'm in the NGO sector, the donor-funded sector. I tell you, I've seen people earn over 9 million per month as basic salary for 3-4 years. And the project ends, and these people are broke. I'm telling you, 3-4 years, you are earning 9-10 million per month. And the project ends, and these guys are broke in our sector. Why? Because they've assumed, or because of the mindset, and like we are going to look at the second one being mindset. So please, the first thing, everyone here, we can't do it within 1 hour, within 15 minutes if we begin to take what's an asset, what's income, what's expense. But as a businessman, as a business, you must understand individually what's income to me. Someone asked in the last session, what does it mean to have multiple streams of income? You must first of all understand whether it's an income you're going for or an expense. Most times you spend so much, go too far. Mindset, you have spent so much, you have gone too far. Something is telling you continue. There's road at the end. Yes. Why? It's like when a lady or a guy is in love with a lady, everything you are telling the guy about the lady, you're on your own. Until he hits that rock. He will always be looking for information to back his mistake. That's the way it's also with finance. So you have been, somebody says your net worth in real sense is how would you survive if you stop working for the next 10 years? So a question to ask also because of compounding. Financial intelligence, still looking at financial literacy. Ask yourself also, do I have any plan for my retirement? Because somebody who starts planning for retirement, 35 years to retirement, is different from somebody who starts planning for retirement 5 years to retirement. The stockbroker will tell you that, look, if you start early, you can be saving 20,000 and make 40 million. I think in my last slide, sorry, I'm just trying to run with my 10 minutes. I put something. Can you go to the last slide where there are some Excel sheets? Everybody in this room must have an amount you pay yourself. When I mean pay yourself, an amount that you must throw out into investment. I put some things here. Look at this. If you put 10,000, let's even ignore the amount you make per month. Let's assume you put 10,000 aside every month, just 10,000 aside every month. You just take 10,000 from your account, which means you put 120,000 per year. Just be throwing it into a mutual fund at 15%, which is the current rate. In 5 years' time, on its own, 10,000 will go to 930. In 10 years' time, on its own, it will go to 2.8. On its own, if you just put 10,000 aside. The next slide, can you show, in case you now increase it to 20,000. If you increase it to 20,000 per month, in 5 years, on its own, 1.8. In 10 years, on its own, it goes to 5.6, just keeping 20,000 aside. Can we go to the next one? Let's assume you're also buoyant. You decide to keep 50,000 per month, throw it aside. In 5 years' time, it's 4 million. In 10 years' time, it goes to 14 million. Then if you are the big guy, you keep 100,000 per month. Just throw it from your business. Let it be going to a mutual fund or whatever savings. Those who will talk on investment will talk on it. 5 years' time, it goes to 9 million. In 10 years' time, it goes to 28 million. Let's now also assume that you have big amount now that you're trying to buy a car. And in your mind, that car is a liability and not an asset. And you decide that 100 million, rather than buying a car now, can I just throw this into an investment? Can you go to the next one? 20 million. If you keep that 20 million and add nothing to that amount, don't put any addition, just leave that money to speak for itself. In 5 years' time, it goes to 40 million at the assumption of 15%. The rate doesn't go up. And in 10 years' time, it goes to 80 million. That same money just keeps by compounding moves. If you get angry, the next one, and you decide to keep 10 million, because we have to consider different people, and you keep it aside. 5 years' time on its own, you leave that money, it jumps to 20 million, but not by anything you are doing, but because of the compounding rates. I've used 15% assumption here. I'm forgetting whatever rates that will happen per month. So what am I saying? Financial literacy-wise is number one. I did this for my younger sister who is in school when she was about going into school. And I told her, I said, come, I know school, there are many of us that want to sponsor you, uncles and all this. But what I will do for you is I'm going to put this amount in a mutual fund for you. And I put 200,000 at that time in the mutual fund when she was going to go to Ife. And I said, any money you do not need, when people want to send it, pay it into this mutual fund account and forget it. She just opened that account 3 weeks ago, and she found out 9.4 million in that account. That's an account that's there with 200,000. But I don't know those and those who put money into the account. But she forgot it. In fact, it was just weeks ago that she remembered, and she had millions in the account, someone who is just graduating. So what am I saying as a student? Can you start with 5,000? Can you start? That's about financial literacy. You begin to build your future. You begin to build wealth. You begin to build a business so that when you are going to a funder, if I'm going to meet General, I'm saying, look, I need a business. I want to start a business of 4 million. I have 1.5. That shows him you have a stake. If he's going to put in it, you say, okay, let me have 30% of this business. And because, so you must start something. You must start something. That's the issue. Wisdom is a protection. Money is a protection. But remember, wisdom keeps those. So that's number one. Number two is the issue of mindset. There are 4 types of mindsets. 4 types of mindsets. And I don't know the one you have. Because of time, will not be able to run through it. But the first type of mindset, which I had, and thank God for saving me, is the scarcity mindset. Scarcity mindset. Anybody from a poor family has that scarcity mindset. And that's why we are spoiling our children, giving them everything at the expense of them learning. Scarcity mindset is seeing every opportunity as if it's the last opportunity. Scarcity mindset ties you. Moji, can you help us with the... So I try to write out so that we'll be able to check whether you have that scarcity mindset. What it does for you is that you can't trust any investment. Anybody you see wealthy, you think the person is lucky. You are the one that always preaches to him, luck, time, and chance happen to all men. Why is it not happening to you? So wealth all the time is not about luck. Like Pastor said at times, when God blesses you, it's about planning. You plan for it. Some people have done investment and they don't know why they're investing. What are you pursuing? You must have a clear goal. What exactly do you want? I want to have a house in 10 years. How much is the house? It's 100 million. So how much should I be putting per month? That tells you whether you're on a shortfall or whether you're increasing. So financial intelligence is basically having a plan towards where you are going. Okay, so the first one, like I said, is... No, go back a little. Yeah, back. Still go back. Yeah. The next slide. Sorry, I still have 3 minutes. Mindset and habits. No, go to scarcity mindset. There's no time for this. Okay, look at this. Scarcity mindset. Just trying to give us some characteristics of those of us, like I said, I had this mindset. People with a scarcity mindset see money as a limited resource. It is scarce. It's only available to a few people. Okay. Something that is always in short supply, hard to come by, and even harder to keep. They are often stuck in a cycle of fear. Everything they do is based on fear. Coming to church is oriented in fear. Fear. So those are people that are always strategic in church who they sit with. Thinking is by man. Because you're always looking with fear, you're trying to use man-made to guide all these things. They're often stuck in a cycle of fear-based financial decisions. Hesitant to invest because you don't want to lose. You're always looking more at the risk than the benefits. They are constantly worried about running out of money. Like I said, that was my case, scarcity issues. They hoard money instead of investing it. Those are the people that are still keeping colo. Your colo is depreciating your value of money. It is depreciating the value of money. Because by the time you bring the colo out, the 50,000, which if you have used now as investment, you'd have gained so much interest, you'd have lost money. So you must meet current times. If not, by the time you bring that money, what you would have bought now, you'll not be able to buy at that time. Okay, so they hoard money instead of investing. They feel guilty spending on anything, so you see them feeling guilty even when they spend on themselves. Like I said, those people will never go for health checks. They avoid financial risk at all costs. They believe wealthy people who are just lucky. They find themselves in a paradox. They work hard, they save diligently, but they are never secure. Never secure. Even if they have a decent income, their fear of financial instability prevents them from making moves that could build real wealth. That was me. Held so much to the cash, said so much to the income. Can we move to the next slide quickly? So please, move next. How do you overcome this mindset? No time. Begin to learn. Begin to start small with investing. Like I said, 5,000, you will be surprised what it can do, depending on the income you have. The second type of mindset are those with the abundant mindset. Abundant mindsets are those who believe there's so much opportunity, so much mindset, good enough. Can we go to the third mindset? The third mindset is the consumer mindset. You must buy it, You just have to buy it. Everything your eyes see, you have to get it. So please, consumer mindset. People with a consumer mindset see money as a means to acquire things rather than a tool for building wealth. They often equate financial success with spending power. They measure their worth by the brands they wear, the car they drive, or the vacations they take. Unfortunately, this mindset often leads to paycheck living. Like I said, people in my industry, even when income increases. Instead of accumulating wealth, consumer-minded individuals accumulate stuff, often with the help of credit card, loans, or buy now or pay now. And the last mindset, which we want everybody to go with in this meeting, is the investor mindset. Let's move on. The investor mindset is what we want. Go to the next slide. People with investor mindset see money as a tool for freedom. Instead of spending every dollar they earn, they prioritize building assets that generate income. Unlike those with consumer mindsets, they don't just want to look rich, they want to be financially free. They think long-term, they take calculated risk, and they do this. There are 4 pillars, which my colleagues are going to be talking about on financial intelligence. Number 1 is the earning. Get more sources of income. Number 2 is investing. You must decide what percentage of your income goes to investment. It's a discipline you must learn. You must decide. Number 3 would be your savings. What are you keeping aside? If there's an emergency today, what are you keeping? We've seen people who have worked so hard, and just one sickness wipes away the whole savings. That will not be our portion in Jesus' name. And the last one is protection. We always pray as Christians, but most of us have cars with no comprehensive insurance. Most of us are living in houses that are not insured. Most of us are in business centers that are not insured. So when there's a fire, the church has to gather and be praying or something like that. Today we'll learn about insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Nat. Okay, Sister Moji, you can please help us with that video quickly before we proceed.
Monday, when I'm not the prodigal son, all the vendors I told I will get back to you by the end of the month, they started getting back to me. How do I tell them that my salary has turned its back on me? That thing I said I'm expecting did not even stay long. And in the midst of all this body, one boy tweeted, he said, remove 50K from that your salary and spoil yourself. I did not even spoil myself, and things are spoiled like this. He said, not every time catfish. Sometimes it's tilapia. Tilapia. What happened to tilapo? Tilapia for lapo babies. Jesus have mercy. Salary that I used the whole month to check in for, I still cannot use it to check out. It's like that movie, Old Guard. I anticipated the part 2 so much, only for them to say they will continue in part 3. I have anticipated this salary so much, only for me to wait for another episode next month. Abishe, they are helping me to spend this salary. Hello, manager. Sorry for disturbing you. Please, let me check. I don't think that they paid my salary in full. Yes. They did? In full? Because what did you say? I'm the fool. It's okay.
Praise the Lord. All right. Thank you for the organizer. My role here today just is to tell us what to save and what to spend. And my colleague has actually, watered the ground. And even all the speakers that have spoken before me, they've said a lot about planning and also about taxation. So what we are talking about is what you need to do with what is left with your disposable income. So that means after your taxes has been, paid, which is statutory, has been taken, whatever is left in your hand, what do I need to save and what do I need to spend? Praise the Lord. Sorry, church. All right. So, the essence of this is for us to know, the percentage of the resources that we are supposed to spend and the percentage that we are supposed to save. I work in a mutual benefit fund some years ago, and most of my earning, as the money was coming in, I was just keeping investing it into stock. I was pushing it. I wasn't married, so I had the opportunity of just investing everything. But it got to a time that there was a capital market downfall. Capital market crashed. I'm talking about 2007, 2008. I actually work in a mutual fund then. So the market crashed, and I didn't have any money to save at all. Everything was put in stock. So that is why we advise that investment is very good. Also, you must have an emergency fund. There must be a fund that you keep in case of unexpected happens, you can fall into it. And this emergency fund should be able to sustain you for at least 6 months when you are out of job. It will help us. So going to the first slide, like I said, money is a tool. Money is a tool and not a master. And if you don't tell your money where to go, you will wonder where your money went. If you don't tell your money where to go, you just wonder, like the video that we just watched. The guy was wondering where his salary went, after, somebody they paid on Friday, and on Monday, he was already broke. So we need to ensure that money is a tool, and we must have a plan ahead to ensure that this money are properly utilized. Also, a tool is controlled. A tool is controlled. This is a tool. I can control it the way I want, right? So, or in the other way, I'm the master of this microphone at the moment, so and I can control it. But it shouldn't be the other way around, where money is the one controlling us. So money is a tool, and you have to control it, and not the other way around. So when financial decision, dictate values, relationship, peace of mind, money has shifted from, instrument to a ruler. Money, you must not get to that level where money rules you. And somebody that money rules are people that, they increase their lifestyle, immediately their salary gets increased. They increase you see their lifestyle jump immediately. You must ensure that, and those are the people that don't have financial planning, and you just see them, lifestyle inflation, everything around them just change overnight, rather than increasing what, they can save. Also, when income rises, but discipline does not, money becomes a master. When your income rises, but you are not disciplined in managing that resources, money becomes a master. Through endless consumption, control lifestyle growth, preserve autonomy. Pastor Nat has mentioned some of these things that I've also seen from experience, I've worked with people that they hand very well. They hand very well. But little things, they are very broke. It's because they have not channeled, they have not planned how these resources should be used. Money is a servant and not a master. Our inability not to save is most time not income related, but lifestyle inflation. So that is why the Bible said in Luke 16, verse 10 to 11, it said, if you are faithful in little, that is when much can be committed into your hand. So that little that has been given to us, how faithful are we? How committed are we, in saving them and in putting them in proper, perspective, rather than consuming them on our, on ourselves. So it's very important that we save adequately to, so that we can have something to fall back on. Let's go to slide 3. We said, when we talking about what to save and what to spend, talking about what to spend now, we must spend, on things that make us grow as individuals, not on, to impress. That is value-driven spending. We must spend to grow. Spending to grow, is to enhance our capacity, not our ego. Spending to grow is to enhance our capacity. How can I improve myself? How can I get myself better in this industry? I'm in an industry, in the hospitality industry for, over 15 years now. How, by the grace of God, and I've grown within the rank to where I am. So, and it doesn't take me just, it's not that I just stood there in a place and I started growing. No. It takes dedication and, building and developing and spending on things that will make me grow. It doesn't need to, it doesn't mean that I have to travel abroad before I can, have certification. There are a lot of certification that you can get to enhance yourself, to grow, so that, your value can increase. Because if you don't spend on money to grow, your value can never increase. City culture, we must, be, so that we don't fall trap on the city culture where people are pressurized by what you see on social media. People just want to impress people. They want to, we must not spend based on what you see on social media. I tell people that a lot of things that we see on social media are not real. There are a lot of things that we see there that are not real. So if you want to base your life on that, you just, be doing yourself a disadvantage. I remember a time in my office, somebody gave us some dollars to pay. He's a client. And one of my, my colleagues just said, I need to pepper them on social media today that I have dollars. And he called one of my colleagues, start spraying me this dollar. And as they were spraying, they put it on social media. Before I started, a lot of comments started coming in. Wow, you are a big girl now. You are a big. But that wasn't real. So there are a lot of things that we see on social media that we want to base our value, our life on, that are not real. They are not real. So wealth is what you can, is not what you see. There are a lot of things. Have you seen some wealthy people, some well-to-do rich people? They are very modest. It's not about that, very expensive clothes that you wear that, people will think that you are rich. It's not what they see. He said, if we read Proverbs 13, verse 7, he said, one pretend to be rich, yet they had nothing. There are people that, you see them as if, oh, these people are wealthy, they are well-to-do. But, the Bible said they had nothing. So we must buy things, we must, we buy things we don't need, with money we don't have to impress people we don't like. Look at that irony. We, buy things we don't need, we don't have to impress people we don't like. Most of the people you want to pepper are people you don't like. Right? Most of the people that you say, I need to pepper these people, they are people you don't like. So why must you spend money that you don't have to impress, people that you don't like? You want to pepper them. So he said, that's why the Bible said in Romans 12, verse 2, we must not conform, to the pattern of this world. Why would you have to conform to that pattern? Something that is not convenient for me. I don't have the resources. I have to go and borrow money to impress people, to pepper people, doing myself a disadvantage. In real life experience, two friends had, same salary. One upgraded apartment yearly. The other stayed modest and invested. 5 years later, one has assets and the other has fortune. Like Pastor Natas, we saw the chart. If you are just saving 20,000 every month, and you can see how this thing can graduate to a level that you have, enough. So, are you saving using that money just so you can show your children picture in future? Oh, look at the picture I took with, with these clothes. Asset is valuable. Asset is something that we need to invest in. Let's go to the pie chart there. This pie chart shows that, this is an abnormal budget allocation. When you spend and this chart can actually change based on your status. If you spend 40% of your earning on luxury things, 20% on debt, and 30% on impulse. So that means cumulatively you have spent 90% on something that doesn't have value to you. Savings, just 10%. From this, you are not even imparting your generation. You are not imparting lives. You are not, imparting the lives of people. So you are just spending money on luxury. So this is an abnormal budget allocation. And this is not healthy for you as an individual. So looking at what to save, what do I save? We say we need to save for peace and not fear. Not when you are saving for fear, you are hoarding. You are just hoarding. So, but saving is planning, like Pastor said. It's something that you need to be strategic about planning. By the grace of God, I have been, I was doing this contribution. That's a contribution I've been into for more than 15 years. Despite the fact that I've led from one job to another, but I'm still doing this contribution. It's just a percentage of my salary every month. Once it comes, it goes to that contribution. I'm sure some of you know what is called ajo, right? This has been, I can give you, example of things that I've used these things to achieve, no matter how little it is. In my previous place, we started with as low as 50,000. And through that ajo contribution, I was able to, do something substantial. So you must set aside a percentage of your salary, planning to ensure that, okay, this amount goes to this. Everything happens, you can easily fall back into it. It says saving is faith-filled preparation, not anxiety-driven, not hoarding. Like Proverbs 6, verse 6 to 8. He said we should go to the hand, that's slogan. He said we should learn his ways and be wise. So what does it do? He said during summer, he will plan, he will, whatever pieces they have, he will pick it and will go and store it. And during winter, you will see, hands just lie down there. You won't see them around and eating what they have saved. So we must have, we must plan. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So there is nothing like luck. Oh, I'm lucky. No. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So we must be prepared. You know, it's not that Egypt was lucky when, you know, Joseph advised the king that they had to stay, you know, during the time of abundance so that they can have more than enough during famine. He said a big part of our financial freedom is having, you know, your heart and mind free from worry about what if of life. What if of life. This what if of life will always happen at one point or the other. So we must ensure that we plan towards what if. You know, it is not your salary that makes you rich, it is your spending habits. Pastor Nas also mentioned that it's not your salary. I've seen people that we earn almost the same thing at the end of before the end of the month they are broke. They are saying, you know, can you lend me this? Can you borrow me this? So it's not about what you earn, it's about your habit in saving. So let's go to the LD budget allocation. The LD budget allocation. We talk about our needs. The needs can be your family. The 50% of it, we said your needs. And that needs is big, 50%. Your family, that's food, rent, clothing, your family responsibility. We must not get to a level that, oh, we said we want to save and we don't, you know, your family are not feeling our impact. No. No matter how small, there must also be a part of your earning that goes to, you know, people that you can help. So 20% of your earning or of your profit must be channeled towards savings, giving. You know, as a child of God, we can, you know, we are not here to preach about tithe, but giving, you know, your tithe is very crucial. You also, the other one, lifestyle. Giving help to others and healthy enjoyment. So when you, there's a saying in Yoruba, they say, Omotoba, Shishe, Oyekola Siku Igbadun. You know, that means if you are also working, there must also be a time for you to also take care of yourself. LD, you know, LD enjoyment, not going to, you know, to beer parlor and, you know, spend all your money. No. You must also, you know, have time. You can read Ecclesiastes 5, verse 18. There must also be a time that you also take care of yourself. You know, we need to save consistently. It's very important for us to save consistently. If you are consistent in saving, you will discover, you know, by the time you look at the savings, you'll be amazed of what you have actually saved. I was looking at, I think because of this, preparing for this teaching, I just asked my stockbroker then, you know, where I work about 17 years ago, let me even see what I've invested. Because I left it, when the market crashed, I forgot about everything. I didn't even look at it at all. I left it. I was amazed, you know, the value that I've gotten from that investment 17 years ago. So imagine if I've spent that money to buy a car. I'm sure that car will have been, you know, old school by now. So, you know, when you invest, it's something that you are paying yourself. When you invest, we are paying yourself. So we must not deny ourselves that opportunity of paying yourself first. There are some things that we need to avoid, which also my colleague has talked about. We must avoid some financial pitfall. You know, we must be careful when it comes to issue of debt, especially when you are taking that debt to consume. Just, you know, you are not investing it. You are taking debt to buy things that, you know, to consume. We must be conscious of that. We must reject quick money. You know, there's a lot of app today that, oh, you know, just let's borrow you quickly, you know, and you pay back. How many of you know those apps, those fintech apps? Oh, just borrow, you know. We must be careful so that we don't fall into some of those traps of, you know, quick money. You know, we must also control our desire, contentment. We must be contented so that, you know, whatever we are getting, you know, we know how to manage it. And seek counsel, you know, we must be contented. We must avoid comparison. Because we are not running the same race. We must, because this person wears this, you don't even know how he got it. You think, oh, I need to get it. No. You must avoid comparison when you know, so that you don't fall into that pitfall. What does God expect from us? As a round up, what does God expect from us? God expects, you know, us to be faithful. You know, faithful in our tithing, faithful in, you know, it's very important for us to be faithful in whatever God has given to us, because God owns everything. We must plan our finance wisely, and we must give, you know, also give generously. as we plan to save wisely, the last slide, if you are planning to save wisely, we must be intentional also when it comes to saving, and we must give generously and grow continuously. This 4 key takeaway is very important. Save, spend wisely, save intentionally, give generously, and grow continuously. So the only person that can't grow is somebody that is already dead. So as long as you are alive, you must place value on yourself to grow every day. That is when your value can increase in whatever you do. I pray that the Lord will help us in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, and many thanks to the organizers of this event. Sean, please join me here. We have shared responsibility, and of course, by nature of our business, we also share risk. I will pass the mic to him. All right, so insurance. That's a pillar of financial planning and asset protection. Investment creates wealth, but insurance safeguards it, So our slide today that we're going to present is going to speak to some of those issues, and Sheung, my professional colleague, will run us through those slides. Thank you. And of course, we're available to take your questions after it's done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I sincerely want to appreciate the organizers of this program for this opportunity. I would like to start with the take-home. Please, by the virtue of our attendance of this program today, let's make it or decide that if you already have an insurance policy, you take another one. And if you don't have any, please promise yourself to take it, because it doesn't make any sense. We've been taught on how to create wealth, on how to manage the little ones we have. It's just common wisdom for us to think on how to protecting it. You can just create something and you don't, whatever it is you've created, it doesn't make any sense for you to just let it go like that. So I am here to talk about insurance, and as we all know, anytime people hear insurance, they are always like those people. Yeah, we are those people. The ones that teach you how to protect the little things you've had. Insurance basically is actually referred to a contract of indemnity. The lawyers there can just help us. Indemnity in the sense that it is the type of contract that help you to take you to the position where you were before anything happens. That's what is actually insurance. We recognize that we live in a world of uncertainty, and the only thing that is actually constant in this world is uncertainty. So, pastor pray a lot, but things still happen in spite of his prayers. I don't know, God forbid. In the slide, I actually have some basic assumptions for this presentation. Can you please take us to slide 2? I gave a basic assumption, and the assumption is that we all here are rational beings, that everybody here is an economic man, someone that prefers more than less, someone that will always want his pocket to be filled with more than just letting his pocket to be. That's one of the assumptions. Then the other one is that we have cognitive ability. That's ability to scan around and make insane judgments. So this topic, or whatever I'll be discussing, is actually based on this assumption. And the other one is that every individual here refers to have independent mind. That means you can take your decision yourself. So when you hear anything, so that means I'm talking to people that have this type of ability, which I believe that we all here have this ability, or we have this feature. That's the assumption of what I'm actually going to discuss here. So as I was saying earlier, insurance is a contract of indemnity, and is a service that you buy when you don't need it, but you enjoy it when you don't expect. This is how it works. If, as at the time you're buying insurance, you almost don't see the reason why you should buy insurance, because you are buying it against an unforeseen event that the likelihood of its occurrence exists. but the time of its occurrence, you don't know. So if you know that you're owning a car, you've been certified as a licensed driver. In fact, that's why you went ahead to buy a car for yourself. You are so confident of yourself that I know the road sign. In fact, there's nothing in this life that will make me get involved in an accident. That is what the church preach. That is what you should be. But you are driving on a road that the stupidity of the other person is actually not within your control. The madness that the other person, the other road user can do is actually not within your control. What if he decides to act when you are passing? That means you need insurance. There is just so many, every aspect of our life is actually filled with insurance. And in this insurance, there are actually two basic broad classes of insurance. Slide 3, please. There are life insurance and non-life insurance. In the life insurance, okay, slide 4. In the life insurance, we have term assurance, endowment fund, and I like the term assurance. The term assurance, in the previous company where I used to work, we refer to it as, am I allowed to express myself? We refer to term assurance as just die. It is a kind of policy that actually comes to play when you die. So I'm actually be hoping that my enemy dies tomorrow, or he will decide to die tomorrow. So I'll pick up an insurance program, policy that within this 1 year, if my enemy decides to die, insurance company, please give me 10 million naira. I'll pay a corresponding premium to that. So if within that 1 year, is it possible for my enemy to die within that 1 year? It's a possibility. And so if he dies, if he's my enemy, of course, because he's my enemy, I'm actually excited. But if he's actually my loved one, I'll feel something, and everything will have to actually boil down to material. If anybody die, especially for the loved ones, if you trace it, the whole end of the pains we feel most is the financial loss or the financial implication of the person's death. So the insurance company will now say, okay, because you had already bought a policy to the tune of this social thing, we are here for you. We will give you this amount that you had already. So that is what is actually referred to as term life. While endowment policies are actually policies that you must not necessarily die before you enjoy it. It is somewhat like a savings plan, but that has an assurance cover on it. So, for instance, you say, I want my child to go to, let's say, Harvard University. And the current cost of Harvard is something actually that is looking out of reach for me. But I can just make a projection that while I am going to, let's say, $1 million in the next 5 years, I can spread it and be saving to the insurance company a certain amount of money. If by the end of that policy, they will give me that money. But God forbid, if anything happens, my beneficiaries are not going to be given only the balance of what I have actually saved. They will be given the amount I was targeting at because it has an assurance cover. That's what makes it different from a saving. So if, for instance, you're saying you're targeting at owning 100 million in the next 5 years, we will help you to spread the premium payable in months, quarterly, or annually, so that if anything happens before the expiration of your targeted period, we are not looking at your balance. Okay, if it's a bank savings, the bank will only give you the balance and the interest. But the insurance one, that's why it's actually called, it has an assurance cover. It gives you that figure that you're actually looking at. And it happens, it's not magic. It's not magic, it's real. And the other one is just a mix of the both. That's why in the Western world, this product is actually not too popular in Nigeria. In the Western world, you see somebody will say that he's worth certain amount of money at death. And if he decides to go cash it, he's worth this also amount. So he can just say he's picking a policy to be paying an estimated amount of, say, 1 million naira monthly. That if in the next 5 years, he wants to get 600 million. But if he's forfeiting that next 5 years, that's if he gets to that 5 years, fine. But he can forfeit that amount to a certain amount that they call him cash payout. So if he now decides before the expiration of that policy also have a designated cash payout that if I want to forfeit paying this premium, you just give me a certain amount of cash.